task 1. What happening here, guys? Okay, guys, now let me see the number of items, because we want to see the how many items are available inside these items. Let me see this one. Okay, let me add items. Okay, you can see that it's giving 1. Suppose let me give you task 1 is giving 2, task 3 is giving 3, task 4 is giving 4, task 5 is giving 5. But you can see that we have items is displaying this way. Okay, got it. But in this case we are just displaying the length. Means length, you know that array length, list of length or count, whatever you are saying, that I want to display how many items is available inside these items. Now you can see that I can able to see I have 5 items is there. You can log also know that it's displaying 5 items, because array start from 0 index 0 to 4 item, total length is 5, right? Now we already get the data. Now this data need to be displayed here in a form of list. Got it? Now we pass the data. Now this data is available in this component, and this data we are going to display inside this component. Okay, inside this component. Now guys, we have a list of data, right? Means items is a array, right? It's an array of data. Now the things is here, like how, because to display the data we must have to put a loop, right? Suppose example, in this case, suppose you want to display this item, what will do, you'll do like for, okay, let I equal to 0, I is less than items dot length, okay, then I plus plus, right? This is the code you should have to write. And again, then what will do, you'll suppose access the this dot, sorry, you'll access these dot items of I. Then whatever you want to do, you will suppose you want to print the task, you have to print it, get it on, it's up to you. Okay, this is the one way to go use the loop. You use the like normal iteration. Another way, you all people know that the array also contain the for each loop. Suppose I want to do the for each, then what will I type? Suppose for each, sorry, for in JavaScript, for is like this way. Suppose let um, obj of items. This is also a for each loop, means each and every items for each and every. Suppose this is the same as our for each loop. Okay, for each loop you are writing this way, right? In programming you are writing for each loop this way, right? For each, suppose uh, item in items, just example, this is the things you're writing this way, right? Same syntax is here also. For let means, you know that let is used to define a variable. Let object of this one, means it's going to say that it's going to loop one by one by one, and assign the object, assign the one object to this object variable. This is the another way to write the for loop. Means this is, previous one is a for loop using the index, this one is the for loop using the our for each. It's each one for each of what do you understand, of keyword is used to assign one value to this object. Guys, this is the things we did it. But the problem is here, this is our code, right? This is our code. In this code, to loop the data, there is no matter, because data need to be displayed in this component, right? Because data we need to display only this list component, not inside means we have to display inside the HTML, not in the TS, because TS is the code file. List is our, suppose list is our HTML file. Means data we have to display here only. We have to display all the item whatever we have added, right? Now means in this HTML we have to add a loop here, right? We have to add a loop here. Now guys, to add a loop inside this HTML, now in this case we have to learn the new concept that is called directives. Directive we have to learn. Using the directive only we can able to loop the data, we can able to conditional the data, we can manipulate the HTML. Understand? Guys, what is the meaning of a directive? Understand directive one, because this is the first thing. Directive, okay, directive. Directive in guys, this will use to manipulate HTML or DOM. Guys, HTML DOM, I'll explain this DOM in later. That is not, we are not going to spend much more time on now. Means, just imagine this is our page, right? Page means it's almost it's HTML control, right? Means it's a text box, it's a button, it's a div, etc., etc. Whatever you can say that. But finally, it's HTML, right? All are HTML. You can see all are HTML only. Now, to manipulate means to change or modify the HTML data inside our Angular application. That time we are using the directive. Okay, we are using the directive. Now we'll go and understand how to implement this directive inside our application. Guys, we can there is a two different kind of directives there. Okay, now we will going to use the attribute directive. Another one is structural directive. Structural directive I'll explain now. Attribute directive means we can define our own directive. That part we are not going to focus now, but let's go and use the directive part, how to use the structural directive inside our application. What is structural directives? Structural directive means if you're going to change the structure of the data or structure of the content, structure of the HTML, then we are going to tell that it's a structural directive. What is a structure? Let me tell you what is structure. Now just imagine this is a suppose a div, okay, and based on some condition I don't want to print this data. Suppose loading, just example loading. Suppose this loading is only display when I am doing some long task, right? After my task completed, I need to hide this. I need to don't display this loading. Can you understand that way? Suppose you are retrieving data from a API, and suppose API taking some time. In between this time, you want to display a loader symbol. Okay. Now after data receive from this API, you need to hide this loader. Guys, now what happening? In this case, you are manipulating this div. Means when my condition is there, what you going to write? Suppose if variable suppose loading, then equal to true, then display this one, right? Else display other things. Else do other things. Okay, same code you write, right? Suppose in the normal programming, suppose I will show that please display a variable loader, or if you don't, there is no loading, display another things. Then what you going to write? Right? If a variable loading equal to true, display loading, else display other things. Same way you're going to write, right? Now what you're doing, you are manipulating this element, right? Based on some condition, you are showing or hiding the you are going to display or not display the control, right? But guys, this thing is possible in the place of this code, because in this place code we are know that we have if and else condition going to add. But this if and else condition is not available in HTML, because you all people know that HTML doesn't contain any dynamic concept. It's just a static data binding, right? Now, but in our condition, we have to make this data as a dynamic binding, right? Now how we can go and bind the data as a dynamic, means whatever things we are doing in this coding, means normal JavaScript, the same thing also we can go and use it here. Now let's see how we can do that. Okay, now guys, now first of things, what is the first things? You know, this is the HTML context, or this is the HTML comment, right? Now first thing is, okay, display no task found when there are no items. Guys, what I'm saying, when suppose if I go and save this one, when there is no items, now you know that after loading it's a blank one. When there are no items, that what you'll do, we have to display no items, no task found. Okay, now what will do that, how you can know that no task is there? Means when this array length, when this items length is equal to 0, that time we know that this is not contain any items, right? How you know that this array is empty or not? Then in this case, you write this dot length, this dot items dot length equal to 0. Sorry, equal to 0. Now you know that if it's equal to 0 means it's a blank one, right? Now in this case I have to check, suppose let me add a div here. Okay, now here I'll type suppose no task found, just example, and I'll mark as inside the strong tag. Strong tag, you already know that strong tag is used for make a bold. Now guys, after doing this one, if I go, now it's going no task found, but after adding the task it should be hide, right? But this no task found should be add some condition. How to add condition? I have to check here if the data items length equal to 0, then only I have to display this no task found. Guys, this thing you know that in this code we are doing this way. If, then you'll do the things, right? Now how we can add this if condition inside this HTML? Guys, for that Angular is giving a directive that is called ngIf. Understand, this is ngIf, asterisk ngIf. Ngif means you already know that ng stands for Angular, if is if condition. Ngif is saying that if what happening if you know that if is going to true boolean true or false. If the expression is true, then this block is going to execute. If the expression is false, this block is not going to execute. Means if I say that 19 number line, if this equal to 0, if it true, then I will execute this line, right? This will success, or it will true path, else it's a false path, right? But here in this case we have only the if part, there is no else part. In case of our Angular, there is only one case, that is called ngIf. And you will say why there is no else part? Guys, the reverse of if is else, right? Means if I say this is the item equal to 0, means it's a if part. Else means what will happen? Else will happen means if there is no length is not equal to 0, then else. What I can say other way also, if this dot items dot length not equal to 0, guys, this is the same also if else, right? Whatever else I'm writing, this part, whatever writing, this also going to justify the same thing, right? Because the reverse of if is else, right? But if I write this code as a if is true part, if I going to write this part a reverse way, means the negative way, it's else part. Due to that, in this application means in our in our Angular, there is no else part. Whatever expression you want to write, the reverse of that expression is a false. Due to that, there is no else part. Okay. Now what we're going to check, guys? We are going to check the item dot length equal to 0 or not. In this case, I'll write items dot length equal to 0. What I'm checking here, I'm saying that ngIf, guys, understand ngIf, where I applied ngIf in this div. Now ngIf is a structural directives. Okay, now you can the boolean expression to evaluate as the condition for showing template, means they are saying that this is the template, means this is a tag. In this tag I'm saying that this is only going to render when there is a length equal to 0. Understand this part. To add a condition inside the HTML, we are going to use asterisk ngIf. Remember this one. Okay, now I add the comment here. ngIf is used to display the HTML based on the condition. Okay, got it. Now see that. Now guys, let's go to our element explorer. It is an element explorer. Let me go to element. Now if I click it here, select element, click it here and go to here, we'll find that this is our content div, right? Now it's displaying. Now let me go and add a task one. Now once I click on add, this see this part. When you click on add, you can see that that is hide, that is no longer there. Okay, that is happening dynamically. How this is happening? That is happening the help of ngIf. Means ngIf is a programmatical if of JavaScript, the same thing we are using inside our application. Okay, now you got it. Asterisk ngIf. ngIf is the expression. The expression is always know that it's a boolean value, it's going to return true or false. It's up to you how you're going to use it, right? Now second thing is, if there is no, if there is length is greater than 0, then what I'll do, I'll go and display the list of items. Okay, I'll go and display list of items. Then as I told, like items dot length equal to 0 means it's a one condition. Now second condition is display the list of items. Okay, display the list of items if length is, if items length is greater than 0. Okay guys, greater than 0 means I'll write this code here, div ng if items dot length not equal to 0. Got it? Not equal to 0. This is also the true, right? The negative, the reverse of a if also is a false, right? Now this is a false part, means the item is not length 0. Now inside that, what I'll do, I'll loop the data. What I do to the loop the data, I loop these items, right? After loop the items, I have to print all the data here. Now let's go and print the data, then we'll discuss about other stuff. Now suppose I want to print the data. Let me do one thing. I'll add another div and loop it. Guys, loop means I have to use the for loop. For loop, as I told, we have to use the for each loop. Now here what I'll do, there is a inbuilt like attribute is available, directive is available in Angular, which is used for the for loop. What I'll do, I write ng for. Guys, you can see it's saying ng for. Ng, if you got it, it's called ng for. Now ng for means it's the same as a for loop. But for loop means, what is the for loop? This for loop is a for each loop. Okay, ng for is used to loop the data. Okay, guys, this ng for is same as for let obj of items. I told it little bit earlier. I told this one, right? This is the for each loop in JavaScript. I'm saying that I'll go and iterate. Iterate means I'll go and loop each items of items and store inside the item. You can give any variable. It's a just variable declaration of this item. Of, you know that if related, it's called in. Each and every item inside these items you want to store inside the loop. Now if I have 10 items, it will go to loop for 10 times, right? Got it? Now inside this I want to display the task. Now what I'll do, I'll write the simple, right? You know that curly bracket is used to bind in the data. Now I'll bind item. What is item? Item is an instance of this loop. Then task. Because task, why task? Because if you know that this is the instance of I to do, right? This item is the instance of I to do. I to do contain the attribute called task. To access the attribute inside the JavaScript, we are using dot operator. Okay, dot operator is used to access the attribute or property of an object. I think already you know that in programming you are also using, Java and C Sharp. All people know that dot operator is used to access a object property. It may be anything. Okay, you know that you can access the property. Now guys, you can see that I am checking the ng if condition. The item length is not equal to 0. Then I have looped the data. Why I'm looping? Because I want to display the each and every data. Loop the data, and you can see that I can able to see here. Now suppose I go and put task 1, click on add. You can see that task 1 is added. Now task 2 is added, task 3 is added. Let's go to and show this one inside our here. Now guys, look into this part. Task 4, You can see task 4 is added, task 5, task 5 is added, task 6, so on. It's going to add this way. Okay, you can see that it's adding 1 deep to this data. Always remember which place you are using the directives, these directives, that directives is going to be include that one also. Don't think that way like okay, for loop is only execute the inner one. No, in HTML, in Angular HTML, if you are using the ng for whichever tag you are using, whichever the element you are using, that is also going to include. Okay, means if I use ng for here, the ng for is going to include this tag as well, this tag as well as the inner tag. Okay, got it? Now guys, you can see, now I can able to see all the loops. This is the basic programming. There is nothing is there, but we have to know the syntax, because this is a different syntax as per the Angular. The same thing you are doing day by day, because you are looping the data, displaying the data, access the data, a lot of things you are doing, right? Now guys, our next part is to display the date. Right? What is the date we have to display? Now you know that the to do is contain a date one, right? This date means like whatever on the creation of a date, we have to display the date here. Okay, but the date, if you see in this case, is displaying in different format. It's displaying this one, right? Sunday, July. This one is displaying this way. Why displaying? Because we are print this data in log. Due to that, it displaying. But what we'll do, we have to display in different format. Which format? Let me go and discuss which format we are going to display. That is up to us. Okay, now you have print here the date, you have print here the task. Now what I going to print, I want to print the date here. Let me do guys another things. Let me mark this was there and I'll add another div inside the div, and I want to print the date here. I'll print item dot created on. Okay, and put created on. Let me save it. And now I'll put suppose task 1, now task 2, task 3, now suppose 3. What you can see that this is displaying this format, right? Why displaying? Because this is the full date representation of the date object. It is going to display all the object. But what we need to do, we need to display the data in our format. Suppose I want to display the July and to display the different format. How I can display this date in different format? Got it? Because you know that when adding the date object, it's adding their own date instance. Because all you people know that when you're dealing with date contain a lot of things, right? The year, time zone, time, everything contain. But you are doing two string, in two string you are passing the format. Based on that, it's going to convert the format, right? The same way it's happening here. Now when I'm going to print the date, that time it's going to display all the full structure of a date. Okay, but our intention, our requirement is I need to change this data to the actual, the our format, whatever format we require, DDMMYI or whatever format is required, we're going to display that way. Now guys, how we can do that? Means what is the use case here? I want to change this data, or I want to change this data to my format, but I don't want to change the data. Means created on is always be there. This is not going to change, but I want to change the data format, but I am not going to change the original date. Understand this part? Means you can transform the data in different format, but don't want to change the original data. Just imagine if I change to original data in future, suppose I want to change in different format, I cannot do. Then data always be as it is. It's not going to change. Only what I'm going to change, I'll change the structure of data displaying. Okay guys, if you want to change the structure of data displaying, or if you want to change the transformation of data displaying, that time we are going to use a concept called pipe. Pipe means it's going to change the data structure, it's going to change the format of the data, but it's not going to change the original data. Understand this part? Pipe is used to change the data transformation, means it's actually used for the transformation of the data. Transformation means what? It will just change one state to another state, but it's not going to change the original data. Now let's go and use how to use pipe inside the application. Means in this case, don't want to display this long text. We are going to display a standard date and time format. Let's go and display this one. Now guys, here we are going to use the pipe operator. You know, this is also a pipe operator, right? This is a pipe operator. Now pipe operator, what you want to use? I know that this is a date object, right? Then there is a predefined pipe called date. Okay, the predefined pipe that is called date means when I am using date means I am saying that I want to change this created onto date format. Let me show you, then we'll back here understand this part. Suppose let me add here task 1 and click on add. You can see that it is displaying July 10 2020. Why guys displaying this way? Because this is transformation. And data is remain there. Data is not going to change any places, but it's only displaying this format based on the data. That is happening only for this pipe operator. Now let me write what is a pipe operator, guys. Pipes, or you can use this or symbol. Okay, it's a or one. Okay, pipe is used to change or transform the data from one format to another format. Okay, now again, when we are using the pipe, it's not change the original data. This is you have to remember. You already got it. The date you already got it, like the created on is a value. This value is not going to change at all. Okay, but the pipe is only used to transformation of the data, not change. It transform the data, transform the data. Which format? That is we don't know. But pipe, I have used the pipe operator. I am using the date here. I'm saying that a date is the predefined pipe available inside our Java, inside the Angular, which is used to transfer the date to the date format. Okay, I'll tell you how to define the format. I'll tell you, but this is the pipe declaration, the variable name, the pipe operator, and the pipe name. And when you are using the pipe, it's not change. It's not going to change the original data. Means after applying the pipe, if I go and print this item dot created on, you will see that here the date is different, here the date will be different. Let's see that. Suppose I'm going to enter task name, task 1. When we click on R, you can see that guys, it's displaying July 10 to 20. This is the this part. But after that, I can able to see the whole string, like whole date format. Means I'm saying that when you apply a date, when you apply a pipe inside a variable or any object, then this one is not, this pipe is not going to change the value. It's just change the format of the data. Due to that, it's not going to change the original data. So always remember, pipe is never used to change the original data. It's only transform the data from one format to another format. Okay, now guys, you can see here I can able to see, like when you click on task add, you can able to see that I am passing this, I'm going to display this data. Now suppose you want to know, I want to also display the time, I want to display other format. In this case, you can also pipe also taking some argument. Okay, pipe also taking some argument. Let me pass my argument. Now this argument suppose is medium. Now medium means I'll go and tell all these things. Let me go and add it here. Suppose task 1, you can add, you can see that it's now displaying this format, July 10 to 2020, 10, suppose this is our current time, right? 10:05 p.m. At 10:05 p.m. this is the time. Now it will tell me how I know that what is the date format is available. Suppose I don't want this format, I want suppose this format 7/10 slash something, right? Then guys, we have to first learn about the format, what are the date format is available. Before going that data format available, then understand this part first. As I told, Date is the pipe which is used to transformation the date. Now guys, this colon operator and this one is used to pass the argument, because how to create a pipe that I'll explain later. But as of now, understand also a pipe also can be a parameterized. How we are going to pass a function as a parameterized? Suppose just imagine this is the function name is date and I'm passing the parameter called medium. To pass the parameter we are using the colon operator. Okay, this is the way we can pass the data. Now let's go and understand what are the different format is available for the date. For that reason, what I'll do, I'll go and type angular date pipe. Okay. Now if I open this date pipe, I'm going to send this link. I'll paste the link also here. In future, you can also go and check this one. Guys, here if you scroll down, you can find that all are the what are the different are available. You can see that predefined format option means you can see that I am using medium one. Suppose you want to use short one, is going to display this format. Medium one is going to display this format. Long one is going to display this format. Full, short date, medium date, all these things displaying here, right? This is guide the predefined format. Suppose apart from that also, if you want to use your own format, they can you go for the basic format called YYMMDD format, right? Then you can see that they have given all the format here. You can suppose I want to display the 2 digit minimum digit, then you are able to y. About 4 digit, you are going to use the YYYY. It's up to you. Then suppose you are going to display the month in format, it's up to you. Then whatever the week you can display, weekday display, like lot of I know that you people already know about all this format when you're using the .NET and Java, right? If you don't know also, that doesn't matter, you can go and check what are the format you are going to use. Then based on this format you can use it. It's up to you how you can go and use it, but there is a predefined format is available. For the application specific, this is enough. For the application specific, it's enough. Okay, if you're using it's going to change this way. If you're going to sort date, it's going to change sort date. Okay, got it. Now you can know that this one, this medium, you can change up to your own requirement. How you can change? You can go here and change, check it here, what are the things are available, what are the format are available. Based on that you can go and write your code. And what we can learn, we learn how to use a directive, okay, and how to use a pipe inside the application. But how to create the pipe, how to create a directive, that I'm going to explain later. But as of now you understand this part. First understand the concept. Custom one we're going to create later. Now guys, now here, now you can see that our basic of our program is done now, right? Like same way I can go and add a number of items here, right? Now what are the things left? If you go to our this pick, you can see that, you can see this one guys. Then after adding, we have a radio button here, another one task name. Actually the created on I didn't add it here, the new feature I have added called created on. Then edit and delete, then we have to add edit and delete button. After edit and delete, we have to do the other operations, right? Now just imagine this is our div and everything. Just imagine this is not a whole div. You always focus only one item. On on loop it's going to display for all the items. Okay, now you can see that this is our items. Okay, loop the data. Now guys, we are displaying task name, we are displaying the this one, and we have displayed other things. Now let me do one thing, just organize this one. Like first one is a div, we are going to add a radio button here. Second one is a another div which is going to display the content. Okay, this content. And final one is going to display a, what is going to display, it's going to display the actions. Okay, let me add this one, like suppose for a radio button. Okay, this is for task info, got it. This is for the action. Okay, this is for the action. Now radio button, let's add a radio button, but don't do anything as of now. Like same as input type radio, already know that this is used for add the radio button, right? Radio. Okay, now you can see that if I go and add ask and able to see a radio button here. Just forget about this, guys, this thing, because we are not adding the UI here. UI is going to add later after completion of all the functionality. Okay. Now, as of now, what I'm going to do, right? Suppose let me add a class here. You know that every CSS, every like element, HTML element contain class. Suppose let me class called item. Anything. Now what I'll do, I'll go to this CSS file and add here a dot items. What I'll do, I'll write suppose border 1 pixel solid, suppose whatever, and suppose padding margin bottom suppose 10 pixel, sorry, 5 pixel. Why I'm adding, I'll let you know. If I save it, suppose I just want to segregate everything. Suppose 1 2 3 4 task going to adding, and then I'm going to add. You can see that I'm adding the list of item here. Okay, because why I'm adding, because we just note the segregation. These all data are depend. Just forget about the designing. Okay, I'll show you how to use a class. Now if you go to the element, we have a CSS file here, right? In CSS file you're going to add a class name and use that class name inside here using the class keyword. Already know the class keyword is used to add a stylish class. Now work on this action, then only we'll go and discuss about this radio button. Radio button is used for task completion, right? When you click on this one, it's going to be task completion. Now let me add a task button. What we're going to add, guys? We're going to add two button. Okay, the button is one is edit button, another button is one is delete button, right? Got it? Now we have two button here we've added. One is edit, another one is delete. Okay, now click on edit, it should be going to edit the data. Click on delete, it should going to delete the data. Now guys, what we'll do, let's first go work on delete, because edit will take the time, right? Because edit will go and replace the data, update, cancel, a lot of things going to do. But let's go and focus on the delete part. Once click on the delete, we want to ask the confirmation, do you want to delete? If you click on yes, then only going to remove the data. Okay, now let's go and discuss one part here. Now here what we'll do, guys, we have a button, right? We have a button called delete. Under, if you don't able to understand one time, just ask me. Okay, and we have button. Now delete. Now guys, you know that delete means we have button contain a click event, right? You already all know that click event. Suppose the click event, I want to create a function called handle delete. Okay, now I have to know handle delete. Now let me go and remove this code. It's no longer used. Okay, now let me add the function handle delete. Okay, let me call console.log suppose delete, because I have a button click called handle delete. I'm calling handle delete, then I'm going to delete it. Now save it. If I go and click suppose 1 2 3 add, suppose same item I want to add multiple time, it's going to display items. Guys, understand one thing here. Handle delete, the function is applied to all the button, right? Click, it's going to work. Let me do one thing. Suppose now I am in here, I am going to click on delete. Now it's showing delete. I'm right here, I'm going to also showing delete. Now the question is, which item I know that I have clicked, because the same UI I'm repeating all the pages, right? Because it's a loop. It's going to loop all the data. Now the question is, how I know that which item button I clicked. The question is, because if I going to click this one, I know that 1 2 3, I click the 3 number item. If I click the this one, I know that it's the 4 number item. If I click this one, I know the first number item, second number item, because we know this one. But how the programming know that this is the things. Okay, but guys, if you are going to use the loop, for loop, then I can able to pass that. Okay, this is the index I have used. Suppose I will tell that this is the index. So 0 index, 1 and 2 index, then I got it. But I am using the for each loop here. For each loop, we generally not get the index. Otherwise, we can define a variable. We're going to plus the variable, get it, right? To overcome that issue, already in our Angular, there is a predefined index operator, index variable available, right? Suppose in this loop I want to access the each and every item index, then what I'll do, I let suppose item index equal to index. Guys, what I'm doing here, understand, always remember this is your code. This is not like HTML, this is just a code. I'm looping the data, and second part I'm doing the indexing data. Means I'm defining a variable, this is called item index and equal to index. This index is a predefined variable along with ng4, which will gives us the index of each iteration. You understand what I'm saying? Initially I declare a variable loop, this is called the items. I'm going to loop it that, okay. But suppose I want to access the each and every item index, then what happening, already it's there. What's there, it's going to be display. If you're going to display let item index, you can give any variable, because you know that let is used to define a variable, right? You give any variable equal to index. This index is a predefined variable available in Angular, which is only work when there is ng4 is used. Means suppose this loop is going to iterate one first item, second item, third item, then it's going to start 0 1 2 3 4, this way it's going to start. Let me show you how it's going to work. Suppose here I'm going to print the index, just an example. I have to print item index. Now in this case, if I go on 1 2 3 add, if you're going to add, you can see that the index is there, right? 0 1 2 3 displaying, because index starts from 0. Now here, what I'm going to delete, in this delete, I want to pass the item index, because I'll get the particular item index, right? I'm going to pass a particular item index. In here, let me create an argument, because it's called, because whatever you'll pass here, whatever pass here should be accept, right? That is the index. Now let's go and print console.log this dot items of index. You know how to access a array data using the in of operator, this array square operator. Now let me go and save it. If I'll go and suppose 1 2 3, this item, I'm going to print it, right? If I go and click it delete, you can see that I can able to see like last task number 34. Same way, if I click on the delete, I can able to get task number 4343. If I go and click on delete, I can able to see 232. How, what I'm doing, I am just pass this index. Based on the index, I have to display the data. But guys, what this data, this item is exist where? This items is we are passing from this to do up. When we are going to click the delete, we have to send that this item is requested for delete. Then please delete the data. Once you delete the data, automatically we need to update the data. Nothing we are going to do it here. Everything we are going to maintain only one place, that is called a to do part. Everything going to do it here, because we are adding here also, we are going to delete also here. Okay, now let's go how we can do that. Now understand. Now before going to delete, we have to ask the confirmation. You know that there is a predefined JavaScript code called confirm. Confirm is used to ask a confirmation for you, right? Our return type is boolean. Suppose do you want to delete? Guys, you can see that confirmation return type is boolean. It's going to say that if the someone going to press yes, it's going to return the true. If it's not going to press yes, it's going to press, it is going to be no. Now let me save it and let me add the item here, and same we're going to add multiple items. And if you go and click on delete, it's going to ask me question, do you want to delete? If I say okay, then it's going to say yes, it will go to this yes part, otherwise it's go to the no part. Delete, cancel, that's fine, right? Now after confirmation, we have to send the index to the parent. Okay, you know, to send something we have to define a output, right? Then output, let me create a function of on delete. On delete equal to new event emitter. Yesterday we have learned about this thing, event emitter. event emitter, and type what we're going to pass, we're going to pass the number because we are passing the index, right? In the index. Now in this on this delete the this dot hand on delete dot emit. Got it? On delete dot emit. What we're going to emit? We're going to emit the index, right? Now once you emit, we have to capture this one. Now let's go back to the this one, the to do one. Here what we'll do, we'll write a function called on delete, but 100 delete. I will pass the event. What is event content? You already know that event content the argument. Now let's go to the here. I'll write 100 delete index, and this is called number. Okay, we'll get the index here. Now simple delete the items. Delete the items, write this dot items dot splice. Which index you want to delete? You want to delete from index and start count 1. I have to delete only one item. I'll explain this one. Let me first delete item, then we'll explain everything. Okay. Now copy and enter this item, then enter this item, enter this item. I am delete this one. You're going to ask this one item. Delete. You can see that item got deleted. Delete. Yes. Delete. Yes. Now understand what I did. I hope you able to understand this up to this part. In list on delete, I have emit the delete one. Okay, it's going to be delete event. Okay, now on delete, I'm just emitting the index. Which index I want to delete? The same way to capture the event, we are using the on delete. Right? On delete, I am creating function called handle delete, and here we are passing the events. I explained yesterday events. Events is used to access the argo parameter of a event. Now when I'm going to click it here, it's my code. Handle delete, I am passing the index number. Which index I have passed from this list one. Now it's going to here. In array, I know that this is a little bit so different, but in case of JavaScript, if you're going to delete the item, then you have to use the splice. Splice is remove the item. Okay, it's going to be remove the item from the array. Now splice, I have to pass the index. Then second parameter, guys, it's saying the how many items you want to delete. I'll specify that one item. It's going to delete the one item from there only. Okay, now I can see that after adding this item, okay, after adding this item, now it's going to, if you click on delete, it's going to confirm the part, then it's going to delete the item, right? Once you click on OK, you can see that no task found. This is the one part we have completed, right? Now let's go for second part, that is called the add part. We're going to edit part. On a click on edit, what I'll do, we have to first display, we have to replace this component, and we have to display the another component that is called what? That is called the edit one. Edit or content what? Edit content. It will going to place the data here, and we have a edit, we have update and cancel button. Got it? Now let's go and design that component. On click of edit, what we'll do, we are going to edit this item. Okay, now because for edit, what we'll do, we will go and create a component called ng generate component to do edit. Okay, now you can see that now we have another component that is called to do edit, but let's go and design this to do edit. Okay, in to do edit, what will guys going to do that, when I add a div, suppose a input one. Okay, input one, then we have two button, right? Button is update, and another button is called for delete, suppose cancel, button for cancel. Correct? Two button we have, because when you click on edit, when you click on edit, it should be display here as this way, right? Now let's go how to use this one. Same thing, every time you want to do anything, you have to go for input output concept. Now what I will do, in the list, if a list, on click of edit, same guys, same edit one, like on click of edit, let me copy this one, guys, copy and paste it here. On edit, okay, on edit, on edit, what we'll do, we're going to also sending the edit event. I'm going to send the same event. Let me create the same thing, guys. Let me copy this one and paste code here. Handle edit simple here, this dot on edit dot emit index. I hope you will understand what I'm doing here. Right now, this edit function we are going to call in the button. Right, in this edit we are going to click, then edit, then we'll pass the item index. We're going to pass the item index. Got it? Now it's pretty much clear. On edit, we click, it's going to emit the edit functionality. Right now, guys, once you click it here, we have to handle this edit, right? Handle this edit functionality. You know that we are handling the edit, delete. Let me handle the edit one. Then on edit, on edit. Same way, on edit, we're going to create another function that is called on edit. Okay, and we're going to add the code here. Let me go here and copy the function and create another function on edit. I know that you people will think about this thing like same code I'm writing these two places, right? They are only here only, guys. Always remember, when you create a component, you maybe see that all our function name looks like equal, but the working principle of all these function different. There, in case of the list we are emitting, maybe the function name equal because I'm giving the unique function name, but you can see that we are doing different work here, but here we are doing different work. Maybe function name is equal but the work is different. Due to that, it looks like the same work but it's a different work. Now guys, what we'll do now, on case of edit, what we'll do, we are going to display the, instead of this add, we are going to display the edit component. Right now, the condition is, how you know that it's edit means, let me define a variable. That variable is edit, suppose edit model. Understand? Edit model or edit item. Understand? Edit item, the type is I to do, because we are going to edit only one item, right? If you're going to add, and if you're going to add any item, if I'm going to click on edit, I'm going to edit only this item, right? I'm not going to edit other items. Means on click of edit, I'll get this item index, this item of instance. Due to that, guys, what we can do, edit item, let's create is null. Okay, not null. Let me define this as a not required. Okay, understand? Because initially this is a variable, like I've created a variable, it's an object called edit item. Now initially, because on click of edit only, you will able to assign the value here, right? Before that, there is no value. Now this question mark operator make this as blank, means it is as empty. Okay, this is saying that by default this variable is a blank, it's a nullable. Okay, by default the variable is a nullable. Now only on click of this button, only on click of this dot on click of this handle edit, then only we'll make that this dot suppose edit item equal to this dot items of index. Got it? What I'm doing here, guys, you already understand. I am assigning the items instance to the edit item. I think you're able to understand what I'm doing here. This is getting the particular index value, and this value I'm going to assign the edit items. Okay, now this edit items as content whoever I will click the edit. Right now, let me show this one. Suppose if I go and print here console.log this dot edit items. Now you can able to see that if I click on, let me enter some items here, click on edit, you can able to see here in the log the task 2 3 something. Clear guys here. Okay, now see it. If I click on edit, you can see that is I'm getting 1 2 1 2. If I click on edit, I can able to see 2 3 2 3. What I'm doing, I'm simply adding the items inside this one, assigning the whatever index I have selected, I am assigning to this variable. Now in this variable, what we'll do now, in this variable after edit, this variable we have to display in this area. We have to display that component. Which component, guys? We have to display. We have to display instead of add. We have to display the edit one, right? But let me go there. App to do edit. For this one, going to be display as per the condition. What is the condition, guys? When this edit item is blank or edit item is not there, then only we will display the add one. If the edit is there, then we're going to display the edit one. Means the condition is here, ng if edit items not edit items. Means if there is no edit items available, then display the to do app. Same way here, ng if edit item, then display this one. Guys, understand this part? Okay. Display the edit when edit item has value. Okay, means when the edit item getting the value, when we click on the edit, that time only this variable getting the value, right? That time only this variable getting the value, otherwise it's not getting value, right? In this case, the reverse of this one is the false. Means display the add when edit item does not contains any value. Okay, got it? Clear one? Now let's go see this one. Let me add 1 2 3. Add it here. Let me add 4 5 6. I'll quickly add here. When I click on this edit, you can see that it's getting changed. Why change, guys? Because you can know that when you click on edit, I am going to change this value. Which value? I am going to change. I am assigning the value to the edit items. Now edit items now it's not blank, it's gotten value. Now in this case, it's going to based on the condition. It's going to display edit items here, right? If the edit items is there, guys, you will say that okay, why I'm not taking null and all this thing. I'll go to explain that one now. Because in the basic programming, suppose the object is blank or not, you are checking if the item equal to null, right? Writing this way. But why I'm not writing that way, I'll go to explain now. But understand, I'm just checking the boolean condition here. Like I'm checking that if its edit item is there or not, all these things I'm going to check it. Now let's go and understand this part. Why here I am not adding null and all this check. Why am I just adding boolean check? Guys, the JavaScript is designed in different way. It's not like it's not a object oriented programming language, right? It's just a language, just a functional language. In this case, if I say if true, it's a true. If null, it's a true. If blank, it's a true. If zero, also a true. Means here in this case the item is null. Okay, in this case if I pass if edit items, means it will check that this is null or not. If it's defined or not, it will check all the condition. For that reason I not no need to go and write explicitly this null, because by default if I pass this edit item, JavaScript automatically check in this case this item contain value or not. If it's content, then it will go and check the other things. Due to that reason only, here I have not passed not check equal to null. No need to check. Why don't need to check? Because if I pass this one, automatically this is going to check everything. null, blank, empty, everything going to check it. Okay. Now, now this part is completed. We can able to see. Now guys, you can able to see the things what we are doing here. On a click of edit, we are displaying this part. Now by default it's there. If we click on add, if we click on edit, it's going to display the content. But things will be on click of edit, I should display the 1 2 3 here, right? I should display 1 2 3 here. Then only you are able to change it, right? Otherwise, how are you going to change it? Now let's go and do that way. Now guys, when I click on this edit, I should pass what? I should pass the edit item, right? I should pass the edit item, which item I need to edit. Then let's go to the to do edit one, and define one input attribute that is called the item. Suppose input is called the edit item, and edit item is I to do, and let me define by default as a blank. There is no value is there. Means it is going to store the edit item instance. Alright guys, whatever I will edit here, whatever model I am getting, that model I should pass here. Then only it is going to display, right? Now, now in this case, what we'll do, we'll go to this to do part. In to do, here I will pass that edit items equal to edit items. Okay, this edit items is the instance of this value, and edit items is the input property of this to do item, right? Now, got it? Now guys, let's go to this part. Now we'll go and print this value here, right? Now 1 2 3, suppose 1 2 3, and click on add. You can able to see that. We can able to see the data on click of edit. Now we're passing the data. Only thing of display, you have to display here the value, right? Now what I'll do here, I'll go to this component. Okay, we'll go to this component input. You know, previously we are using ng model, and ng model, I'll use edit item dot task. Okay, now what happening guys, I am binding the edit item task to here. Okay, now if I go and put it 1 2 3, click on add, and let me add 4 5 6, and click on add. Let me click on edit. You can able to see that I can able to see 1 2 3 here. Why? Because you know that ng model is used to bind the data. Now binding the data, I am passing that which one? I am passing the edit item dot task. What is edit item dot task? Edit item, you already know that edit item is contain the input property. In edit item content I to do object. I to do is content task and created on. In this case, what will happen? Edit item dot task, if you're going to pass it here, then automatically it's going to display the data here, and anything is going to change here, it's going to display there only. But the problem, you can see that by changing anything here, the same thing is displaying this part, which is the problem, right? Changing here is displaying because the object is reference to this part. So when I click on edit, I am accessing this object, right? This object I am referring to this part, and when I'm operating this variable, then due to this same reference between these two one is getting changed. This is the problem. Due to that guys, what we will do now, instead of using the edit item task, let's create a variable. We have to decouple the reference. Let's create a variable called task name. It's the string one. Now in the task name is string one. Let me define empty now. Guys, now able to understand ng on init, because that is the way I have come across here. What is the ng on init? Now understand, this is called the lifecycle hook, because I know that lifecycle hook we did not start. Let's start the lifecycle hook. Guys, what is a lifecycle hook? I know that you know that every time you develop any application, there is a life cycle, right? Suppose browser life cycles of browser start, browser like anything, any application also you're developing lot of application. That applications, you know that there is every software that is a life cycle. Okay, same way when I am creating a component, component also contain its life cycle. The life cycle means what? How the starting of a component and ending of a component is called life cycle. And in between that, suppose we are born and will die, right? Same way, when component going to be start and when component going to be destroy, in between start and destroy, what are the different stuff that component is going to do? That is called the life cycle. Okay. Now first understand the first life cycle hook, that is called the ng on init. I think able to understand what on init is doing. Suppose when the component got initialized, when this component is loaded into our browser, that time, this ng on init going to fire. How to do that? You can see that to do this one, we have to implement on init. On init is the predefined interface is available in Angular, which is used to implement the interface inside this class. This is the Java syntax. You know that implements keyword is available in Java, which is used to implement the this interface inside the application. But in .NET we are using the colon operator, right? But here we are using the implements this on init. On init is the interface which is going to implement this ng on init interface. This ng on init, it's a this is called only once when the component get initialized. Okay guys, means this function is called once when the component got initialized. Component got initialized means, suppose when I go and suppose refresh the page, right? That time this component displaying here. Once the component is going to display in the UI, that time this ng on it going to be fired. This is the one of the life cycle hook. Okay, it's a life cycle hook. Life cycle. Okay, it's life cycle. In this case, what happen when the page is getting, suppose when the component getting loaded into the browser means in our UI, that time this function going to fire. Let me go and console.log this dot edit items. So when page load, I have to access this edit items. Let me save it. If I go there, you can able to see that 1 2 3 edit, you can see that I'm able to see all these things. Then what I'll do guys, the task name, this dot task name equal to this dot edit item dot task. I'm assigning the variable. And this task name, what I'll do, I'll pass to this model here. Okay. Instead of a direct referring to the object, I'm creating a variable, and that variable I am going to do that here. This place. You can see that nothing is changing because I have decoupled the reference. Guys, you will ask me a question, how this references work? Guys, in Java or C#, you know that once you create an object and the object is going to present any places, right? The same context, then what happening? The reference is going to create because object is a reference type. The same way, guys, when I'm passing the data, just imagine this way. I know that you'll be a little bit confused there how this is working, but just imagine in to do one. When I'm creating this accessing the index, so what happening guys, I am just accessing one address of this value to this variable, right? i'm when I'm going to access the index means I'm just going to give the one of the index value to here. Means this edit item contain the reference of these items, right? The whatever index you are passing, this edit item I'll pass this edit item pass to the this edit component. If anything going to change this edit component due to this is reference type is going to bind this two-way. Due to that, this is called a two-way data binding. Means everything going to change it here, it's going to affect it here. If everything going to change it here, it's going to affect it here. Means this is called the two-way data binding. Because just imagine we are changing the data in to do edit, but due to this is reference this two variable, if anything I going to change it here, then it's going to automatically reflect to this variable. Due to that, it's always be maintained the decoupled. which case is required, which case not required, at different stuff. But when you are going to use play with the object, always maintain the one thing, decouple the object. Due to that, you can see that I have decoupled the object here. Means 8 item is the object reference, but what I did, I have decoupled the object. Okay, now you can see that now we have getting data. On click of update and cancel, what we'll do, we need to be update, we need to update the data. On click of cancel, we can simply cancel the data. Other functionality we're going to implement, no worry, we're going to implement, but first we'll complete the basic one, then only go and implement the other ones. Okay, now guys, let me go to this edit one. We have a two button here, right? One is update, another cancel. Let me create a click function here. Every time I handle update, okay, and on a click handle cancel. Okay, now here let me add handle update and handle cancel, right? This two one is there. Now in this case, on update, what we'll do, same logic, we have to send the task name, which task name I have updated. Okay, which task name I have updated. But guys, what I am to say here, little bit understand. When I click on the edit, when I'm going to update the data, but I must have to remember which data I have updated, which index I need to update, right? Means I have to store the index value. Means I have to understand, I have to remember the index number. Then only on a click of update, I will update this index, right? Now let's go first change little bit in the little bit inside the application. What we're going to change, guys? In this to do, let me create another interface. It's called export interface I to do edit. In this case, I'll pass the item, that is called the I to do item, and I'll pass the index, this is called the number. Understand this way what I'm doing here, guys. What I'm doing here, I am creating a another interface that is called I to do edit, that is contain two item. One is item, that is the instance of I to do. Another called index, that is the whatever index I have edited, right? In this case, what I'll do, let me change a little bit more. What will change, go a little bit more? Let's go to this to do component. Okay, to do component. Instead of designing here I to do, let me define I to do edit, or I'll change it to I edit to do. Let me change to I edit to do. Okay, now guys, here what we'll do now, in this case, we're getting the index. Instead of writing this code, what I'll do, this dot edit item equal to creating object index equal to whatever index you will pass. Second is the item equal to whatever item getting. Got it? Understand? Handle edit, I'm creating another object I call edit item, and edit item, you know that it's a I edit to do. In I edit to do, it's contain the items as well as the index, because the index is a matter for us, because this is for primary key for us, right? Because we don't have primary key now, we have a primary key for us. Due to that, what we're going to do, I have to store the index number. Index number is the primary key. So based on that, we have to update all the things. Now here is a to do component. If you go to this part, this edit one, in edit, what we'll do, we have to change the structure. What we're going to change the structure? I'm going to change the I to do to I edit to do. Okay. Now items dot create a task. Now on update, guys, on update, what I need to do? What I need to do that now? I have to send the operator task name, as well as I need to send the index one. Then only what will happen? I can able to update a particular index, right? Now what I'll do now on update, let's create another model. A second, guys. Another model. It's called export interface I update to do. This is content, task name. Okay, not forget about this one. Not required as of now. What we'll do, guys? Let's go to this part only, edit part only. Now, on update, we have to pass the operated value, right? In this case, let's first create the output one. Output, output on update equal to new event emitter. Okay. Now the type will be the I edit to do. Okay. Now on click of update, what we're going to do? This dot on update dot emit. What are we going to emit? We're going to emit the new data. What data? Now index is the this dot edit item dot index. Whatever index will get it here, we're getting from index, but the item will be different now. What is the item will be different? Item created on will be the new date because we have updated the data, right? Then the task is the this dot task name. Just see this one, guys, what we are doing now. Understand, on click of update, what we'll do now, we have to pass the data. What data we have to pass? We have to pass the updated data. In this case, you know that index is required because index is a primary key for us. Now index I have to pass, then I have to click, I have to pass the item, but this items is the new item, right? It's a create task name, whatever task we have entered changes, then created on. This created on is a new data, right? It's a totally new instance because when you're going to edit, that time it's going to change the new data and time. Due to that, what happening is when I will click on the edit update, sorry, click on the update, now it's going to emit the updated data. So just see the flow. On edit, I'm passing the whatever item got edited. After update, I'll pass the updated items, right? But the primary key is here, index number, right? Now let's go to this this part, the edit part. Here we have a option here, we have a function called here on update. Now suppose handle update, now I'll pass the event. Now let's go to this handle update part. Now we'll go try to code it here, handle update. Now what the parameter should be there? Suppose let me get model, and this model is I edit to do. Got it? Now if you see this one, in this case edit, I'll pass this object. This object, what type of object? The object is I to do object, but this I to do object is totally new object, and this new object I have passed to this I handle update. In this case, what will happen, guys? I'm getting I to do, I to do. Now here what will do? I'll update the existing value. What existing value, guys? Now this dot items, these dot items equal to items of index. Which index? Model dot index equal to model dot item. Got it? After that, clear the edit. Now this dot edit model item equal to null. Yeah, it's saying not null. Okay. Null. I explain that one. What I did, it's null. Now save it. We'll see the flow, then we'll understand the code. Now, guys, let me add 1 2 3. Add. Then 4 5 6. Add. Okay. Now, if I click on 1 2 3, I'm going to display here. Let me change this to task name. Once I click on update, you can see that is changed to task name and the data is got changed and the edit item got disappeared. Let me see what I did. First, understand what is the use of update. Now you know that in handle update we are passing this data from edit, but this is a totally purely new object, because if we use the same object it will be reference type, right? For that reason I have created a totally new object. The object contain index. Second one is whatever data we have updated, that data is exist here. Now this update is emitting the data, and you can see here in this app to do update we have an update function here, and update function writing a code called handle update. Handle update we are getting the updated model. Let me write it down. Suppose updated model. Updated model, what will do, these dot items of updated model dot index, because whatever index I have click here, that index stored there, and that index equal to updated model dot item, because this is the item is the instance of I to do. And if you see I edit to do, it's a same object, right? Now I am just playing with an object, nothing else. Then after that I have blank, I have mark as this edit as a null. Null means I am removing the edit. To mark as null, you can see that I have defined a pipe operator here. What is that pipe operator here? This is means this item either I edit to do, otherwise it's a null. I'm defining this object is a instance of I edit to do, otherwise it's a null. I can assign any one of these. I can assign a null value, or I can assign a I to edit to do value. In this case, what I did, I have marked this value as null. In this case, what happening? When I click on this task, suppose 1, 2, 3, add. When I click on this edit, you can see that in click up on this edit is going to there, and if I'm going to change anything, I click on update, you can see that this value getting changed. Right? Now another part is cancel, right? The cancel one. In cancel, what will do, on click of edit, what will do guys, there simple cancel, we can cancel the changes, we can cancel the value, means we have to null this item. Let me write a function called handle. Okay, before that let's go to the edit part. Here define another output called output output on cancel equal to new event emitter. Okay, nothing going to emit, it's just saying a cancel. Okay, now on cancel you're going to ask us, it will ask a confirmation, do you want to cancel? If confirm, do you want to cancel? If it's yes, then this dot on cancel emit, because I'm not emitting anything, I'm just emitting the blank value. Now there is nothing to handle, right? Emit. Now if you go to a to do, here I have to write, what will I write? I write the edit one on, I write a cancel one on cancel, right? On cancel, handle cancel. If I go to code, here handle cancel, then simply I will clear the edit, right? Now okay, now if you go and save it here, you can see that I'll put 1, 2, 3, click on add, 2, 3, 4, click on add. If you click on edit here, it's going to display. And if you can cancel, it's asking to cancel. If you click on yes, you can see that it's back as it is. One thing you can see that guys, I'm just playing with an object. I have an object, and this object I'm just updating, deleting, because we are not using a database, right? We are just using the other things, means we are just using the data, and here our primary key is index, because we know that when we play with an object, play with an array, the primary key always be an object, primary key always be an index, right? And we are adding the item here, and we're marking this as like we can say that these all are the different index. Based on the index we are updating the data, and you can see here, if you actually this time you maybe understand not you understand, but if you see the data, you can see the flow of the data. You can see that every time I'm just add the item, delete the item, update the item, and cancel the item, means clear the item. These are the things I am performing. Okay, clear? Now you can see that we have almost completed our basic things, not validation. Apart from validation, where you can say that we have completed most of the things. But the validation, all these things we're going to discuss later. But as of now, just understand this part. Only part is completed, that is called the radio button click. On a click of this radio button, what we're going to do? We are going to this change mark as this is completed, and if you don't click, it's going to be changed as uncompleted. Guys, we are not going to use the radio button because you know that radio button once selected is selected. We don't have option to uncheck. For that reason, what we'll going to do, we'll go and use the checkbox here. Okay, we're going to use the checkbox here instead of the radio button. We're going to use the checkbox. Let me change, it will be checkbox. You know that checkbox contain one property that is called check and uncheck. If I check it, and I can able to uncheck it. Okay, means on click of this checkbox, I have to mark this as completed. If I uncheck, I will mark this as uncompleted. Okay, now the thing is here, mark the field as complete or incomplete. We have to know the status, right? On click of these things, we must have to know. On click of this one, we have to change the value, then only we have to know that this is completed. On click of uncheck, we have to know that this is changed, then only able to know that. Now let's go and understand this way. Now guys, when I click on this button, when I click on this checkbox, let me say uh, handle complete, and I'll pass the index. I'll pass the item index. Let me write this function. You will understand this part. Guys, this handle complete is the function which is bind to the checkbox. On checkbox got check or uncheck, this is going to fire. Now let's see, and console.log index. Okay. Now if you save it, if you say I'll save it, on click of check, you'll see it in the console. On click of check, it's showing. Yes, you can see that. And click of any time, it's getting changed, right? Now guys, there is a problem. What is the problem here? The problem is, but how we know that this is completed? We have to store value somewhere, right? For that reason, what I'll do guys, let me go to i2do and create a property that is called completed. And okay, and the parameter is, the data type is boolean. Okay, type is boolean, means I'm saying that this is a completed, and I will make sure that this variable is going to store whether the value is completed or not. Okay, now in this case, but when you are going to add the item, when you click on the click and add the item, that time you must have to set what is the status of this item, right? The completed by default is false, because completed is not completed. By default completed is false, right? When add the item, button click add the item, that time I'm saying that this completed is false, that is nothing is completed. Now same way, on click of edit, will mark the completed as a false. Okay, completed as a false. Now the real program going to start now. What is the real one? When I click on this handle complete, it's going to, sorry, a second. When I click on this list handle, this one, then what I'll do, I'll simply change this value, items value, as a completed or not completed. Okay, now for the reason, what I'll do, let me click it here. Okay, now what I'll do is, I'll pass on complete. I'll pass index number, same one guys. Then what I'll do, I'll pass on complete. Okay, on complete emit this one. Now let's go to this part. Which part? The add one. You can see every time if I'm doing anything, that time I'm just emitting the things. Now here list we have a on complete, right? On complete. Let me add this one, handle complete. I'll pass the event. Okay. Now here I'll write the code called handle complete. I'll pass the index and pass the number, right? And what I'll do, this dot items of index dot, let me access the value. Suppose dot got instance equal to this dot items of index. I'm getting the item index. Then what I'll do, I'll change instance dot completed equal to not of instance not completed. I write what is the meaning of this one. I'll type that. This of index dot computed equal to not of instance dot computed. Guys, understand this one. I'm clicking on the, suppose if I'm going to click on this checkbox, it's going to fire the event. That event I'm going to handling here on complete. Okay, what is on complete? Handle complete. Handle complete. Okay. Now I'm getting, okay, what I'm getting, get the item instance. Item instance means getting the value of the instance. Then what I'm doing, I'm going to toggle. Toggle means suppose computed is false, it's going to be true. If it's true, it's going to be false. Due to that, you know that true, not of a true is false, right? Not of false also is a true, right? Not of false is a true. I'm just doing the toggling. If computed is false, then going to mark as true. If the computed is true, it's mark as false. Okay. In the same way, what will do now? If I go there on this one, you can see that now if it's going to see the value, let me check that value. We'll see that value here. We'll see the value here. If I go and print item dot completed, we'll see the value here, actual value. You can see that by default 1 2 2 3 4 false. If I click it, you can see that it's true. See that? Now on true, what will do? On false, what will do? That will discuss later. But as of now, will able to complete the basic of delete, edit, update, cancel, and check and uncheck. Later we'll go and add the validation, add the how to store the value inside the. Now I'm going to store you how to store the value in local storage. Lot of things going to discuss. Okay. Okay, guys. Let me explain the things. Uh, what happening here now? You just imagine day by day when you're going to add the code into component, our component code is going to increase. Okay. Actually, the preliminary principle of the component is component should be compact. It should be contain very less code. But due to we are doing lot of tasks, what happening now? Our component code is getting increased day by day. That is fine, right? That is it. Just imagine a large application. If the large application more code will be there. Now the problem is that it will be more maintainable, right? In this case, what we'll do now? Okay, in this case, what we'll do now? We have to create a separate file for code. Means we are going to create a separate service or separate class. In this class, we are going to manage all our code. Now you'll ask me a question. The same code also going to write there? Yes. Then what is the benefit of that? Let me tell you. In our application, you can see that we have a list of component. We have this one component. We have update edit component. We have delete. We have also add component. Three components are using in this place. But in this place, what happening, guys? Data maintenance is more data maintaining in three component is now we are doing the same code, right? Means Every time on click or edit, we are doing the updation. Every time we're going to add, we're doing some operation, right? Means all these components are interlinked, but the problem is here, like every time we have to emit the event to check something, right? Instead of doing all these things, what we can do, we'll create a class file. We're going to create a file, and that file is going to create logic for us. Just like you are creating a data access layer, or you're creating a business logic layer. In a business logic layer, you're writing your own code, right? You're writing your own logic. Okay, same way, we are going to write our own all the logic into separate file, and that file can be reusable in other different part. I'll show you that how you can reusable a class. I'll show that one part. But let's understand what is the problem using the writing a code, all the code inside the component. Okay. Now guys, to overcome this type of issue, Angular giving us a function that is called a service. Service means you know that who is going to serve, that is called service. What is the use of service here? Service is going to create a group of logic, like is going to create a logic, and that logic we are going to share between different component. When I'm talking about sharing the data in different component, that time we are going to learn about dependency injection. What is dependency injection? Lot of things going to cover as of now. Let's go and first create a service. Okay, and see how the service is going to easy our work to, like, because we have all this component, right? We have four component. In this four component, how we can use a service in such a way that we can seamlessly maintain the data between all the places. Okay, now let's go. To create a service in Angular, we have a special command for that, that is called ng generate service. Guys, you know ng generate component, c start for component. The same way, to create a service you can write ng generate service, ngs. You can also write ng service, but short format is s. Okay, ng generate service. Now guys, I want to create a service, but for that I just want to create a folder. Okay, what's the folder? I suppose I want to create a service folder. Inside that I want to add a service. Same way, I have added a models folder. Inside models I have added a models file. Suppose in command prompt, how you go and create a folder. In this case, the Angular is giving you have to go for directory structure. What is directory structure? Suppose I want to add a services folder. Then I will add a services name, then followed by slash. Then I will give the service name. Suppose my service name is to do service. Understand this part? My service name is to do service. Then when I click on enter, what it will do, it will create a services folder. Inside services folder, it's going to add a to do service. You can see that I have a services folder here. Inside services folder, I have a to do service. Don't give this name to do service. Don't give. By default, Angular is going to add the service suffix after the file name. Don't add the this service name. And same way, suppose if you want to create any different folder, suppose you want to create a XYZ folder, then ABC folder, you can follow this way. And final last one is the service. Always whatever before the last slash, all are the folder, and only last one is your service name. Always remember, when you are going to add any service or any component, anything inside a folder, you can follow this type of command. First is the directory name, last one the whatever command service component, whatever you're going to create, that is that name. Okay, now let's go to the service one. If you see the service is created in two files. One is spec file, another one is ts file. Spec file means it's a unit test case. You already know that, right? Let's go to the ts file. Guys, if you see the ts file, you can able to see that injectable provider in. Just as of now, just ignore this one. This will this we will going to discuss when going to discuss about dependency injection. Okay. Now only focus about this class to do service. Now you know that a class means a class contain member variable, member function, lot of thing, right? And also we can go and create an instance of a class, and same instance we can use all the places, right? I'll tell you. Now what we are going to do now, let let copy all the code of these services, all the code of this component to our service. Then only we can reuse the code all the places. Okay, now just imagine this is your to-do service where you are going to manage all the to-do work. For that, let me create one variable, which variable is going to store all the to-do items, like store all the to-do items. For that reason, let me create a items, or I can see that to-do items, and it will be I to-do of array. Got it? Mean this is going to store all the to-do items, same as our component these items. I'm just giving a new different name to better understandment. Okay, now you can see here, if you go to do component, you can see that we have add function, delete function, edit function, update function, all the function is there. Now let's go and work on that work. Let me go and add it here. Add, we're going to add. What need to add? I need to add a task name. Okay, for that reason I need to add the task name. Then this dot to do items dot push. I have to push the item. Now completed equal to false. You know, completed is the key. Created on equal to new date. Okay, now task is the task name. Got it, guys? Same thing I'm doing. You can see that I'm doing the same thing. Whatever I'm doing here, only the same thing I'm doing here, but the things what actually I'm doing here, I'm just generalize the code in one file. In future, if anything going to change, I'll not going to for any component, I'll comes to the service and change it here only. I'll show you how we are going to implement a storage, local storage in this example without touching everything here. Okay, now same way, we have another function called remove, right? Delete the item. Suppose let me, for delete, we are passing the index number, right? Index number. Then we simply go and this dot to do items dot splice, then pass the index, then the one item, right? Finally, another one is update. In update, we are going to pass the update. You know the model. If you remember the model, I edit model, edit to do, right? You can see that I edit one, update one, right? Same thing. Now in this case, this dot to do items, understand this code, to do items model dot index equal to this dot sorry, model dot items. This is add, update and remove. Add, so let me do one thing, add, update and delete. This is a remove one. Okay, this is going to do the all things. Now guys, these three codes are available here. Apart from that, we have a cancel. Apart from that, we have other things are available there, right? Okay. Now let's go and understand that part. Now you can see that I have just created the same thing, but the only difference is I'm adding here. I'm going to add it here. Okay. Now let's understand another part. Guys, when I'll go, suppose I'll add 1, 2, 3, click on add. You can add 4, 5, 6, click on add. Now if you go refresh it, you can see that data is gone. Why data is gone? Because we are adding in memory, mean browser memory adding, because when I declare a variable, when I'll go and declare a add function, all this variable is stored inside the browser memory, right? It's not a persistent database. It's just a in memory database. When browser is there, it is there. When I refresh, it's gone, right? But the question is, how we'll go and maintain the data? Understand this part? How we'll go and maintain the data? Data maintenance is totally different part, guys. Data you can maintain anywhere. You can maintain in your database. You can maintain in your local. You can maintain in memory. But we have to think that what we are going to implement now. As I told earlier, we are going to use local storage. Local storage means this is our storage engine for database for browser. Using that local storage, we are going to store the data. How we are going to store the data? That I will explain later. But let's go first use this to do service inside the component. Okay, now suppose guys you want to use the to do service. Suppose you in basically you want to access this class. What will do? You will go and create an object, right? Let obj equal to do service, right? Same way. Now if I go and say obj dot create, obj dot add is going to add the item, obj dot delete is going to delete the item, obj did something I'm going to do the same thing, right? Now guys, how we can go and use this class inside our application? Inside application means inside our component. Okay, now understand that part. Then what I'll do? I'll go and create an object here, right? I'll go and create an object here, right? Before implementing this functionality here, let's go implementing one thing that is called check duplicate. Understand? Check duplicate. Understand this, guys? What is the use of check duplicate? Or I can say that is exist. Okay, exist means check that given task name is exist in items or not. Understand this part, guys. First understand what happening. I have added a function called is exist. The parameter is task name. Okay, parameter is task name. This is the most important part. Understand why we require dependency injection. Okay, return type is boolean, means it's going to give us true or false. Now what we'll do, we are going to search the item here, right? Search the item. We are going to search each and every item and get that whatever task name is existed here or not. Guys, for that reason is in advanced JavaScript we have a find method. Find method means is going to check that it's exist or not. Okay, like I'll type if this dot to do items dot find is going to find the data where m dot create task equal to task name. I'll explain this one. Forget about this one. If exist, if exist, just a second, or no, forget about this one. Return this dot to do items dot find index task date equal to task name dot greater than -1 is true or false. Understand this part what I'm doing here. Okay, understand. I'm going to check that given task name is exist inside a to do item or not. Okay, for that reason you can see that I'm using the lambda query here. You can see the link query here. What I'm doing, to do items, it's a array, right? In array there is a predefined function is called find index. You know what is the use of find index? Find index is going to the specific search the specific whatever you are going to pass the argument. Based on that it's going to check the index. If the index exists, then it is going to return the index. If the index does not exist, it is going to return the -1. You already know that this is the logic, right? Find index code. If the index exists, it's going to give the index number. If index does not exist, it's going to give us the -1. Okay. Now what I'm doing here, I'm checking that this is called the lambda expression. Lambda means is the arrow function. If you someone using the link queue or this kind of code, you can able to know that this is the lambda function. What I'm doing, I'm going to find the index of the to do item. M means guys, I'm declaring an object. You can give any name. M dot task name means it will go and check each and individual item of the task to the given task. If anything going to match it, then it's going to return the index. If doesn't match, then it's going to return the -1. Means I'll say it here, greater than -1 means I'm saying that if it greater than -1 means its index is exist. If index exists, then it will return as true. If the index does not exist, it's not going to return as true. It's not going to return the value, right? Now, in using this code, we can check that the same task name is not duplicate, right? Is the same task name not duplicate means before adding the item, we have to check that the item is exist or not. If item exists, then we'll show that item is exist. If item doesn't exist, we're going to allow to add it. Now, now guys, understand the things. Now here what happening? Just imagine this is our my class name. If I go and create an object, suppose let obj1 equal to new to do service. Suppose I have added some item. Okay, I have added some added items. Then suppose I'm going to check if obj1 is exist. I am passing 1. Suppose t. Now it will go and check inside the. It will go and check that item is exist to do items or not. Right. The same way, if I go and create another object, okay, let me example. Before that, let me add obj dot add obj1 dot add. Suppose let me task name suppose called t. Okay. Now let me go and object2 equal to new to do service. Understand this part, and I going to check that before adding this add. What will go? I'll check that is exist obj2 is exist. What will the return type to come? It will going to return me false, right? So understand this part. It will going to give me false. And this one going to give me true, right? Understand this part. I have same class, but I have created two object. Object one, object two. In object one, I have added a item called t. And after adding, if you're going to check the t is exist or not, then what is the problem? What is going to, it will be true because t is inside this item. Same way, guys, what I'm going to do, if I'll go and create another object, it's called obj2 with the same class, and if I go and check each exist, it's going to give me false, right? Because this is a different object, this is a different object. Once the class initialized, then everything go to reset, right? Then it's going to start a new thing. Now you can see that in two object, this is the problem means if you're going to add item here, it's not going to reflect here. This is the principle of object oriented programming, right? Once you create an object, then this same object is not going to access in another object. Obj1 contain t, then same t cannot access in obj2 because obj2 is a totally new instance. Now guys, in this case the problem is different one. What is the problem here? Suppose just imagine the click of this add, we have to check the item is exist or not, right? Item is exist or not, we have to check this item. Only this component we have to check that item is exist or not. After the item is exist or not, if it not exist, then only we are going to emit the data to add. Same thing means all the checking is happening in this place, add component. Okay, but if we'll go and use this class, if you go and use this class in this two component, suppose add component and list component or to do component, then if you're going to create a new object for each and every component, suppose give an example, it's a to do component, right? If I go here and say suppose uh, if you're going to say that service to do service equal to new to do service, let's understand. Now this service instance is belongs to this component. Same way, if I go to add one, if I go to add one again, if I go add one and create the another instance, okay, suppose called service, suppose called add service equal to new to do service. That's example. You can see that due to I'm creating the same service in same class, but I'm creating a different object. In this case, this service is all the data belongs to this class only. this service is going to that contain this class only, means there is no link between this component to this component. Again we are doing the same task, because if you're going to initialize a class, you already know that initialization class means it's going to create its own instance, right? There is no sharing instance. Now guys, this is the problem of using a class, because the data is now isolated. In to do component is different data, in add component is different data, because object is different. Now how we can go and create a object in such a way that same object is going to share between to do component as well as to do add component? Means I'll say in such a way, the same object can be accessed in all the components. Then only I can say that this obj1, if I go and check this one, if I'm going to add this item in one component, and the same thing I'm going to check in another component also, this obj should be referred to this object only. Means I'm saying that we have to create a object in such a way that this object should be give a share to all the components. Shared means it's going to give the same object to all the components. Guys, to achieve these things, to share the object to all of the components, that time we are going to use dependency injection. I know that you people already work on dependency injection in Java or .NET Core, but let me understand that is the use of dependency injection in this Angular. In Angular, dependency injection means you can going to share the same object to all other component. Due to that, for top of the class they are writing injectable. If we are going to mark a class as injectable decorator, then it's saying that this class is ready for single object. You can see that it's a singleton object, means it's going to create only one object the lifetime of the application. Means once the application got started, the it's going to create in one object, and that object is going to accessible throughout the application. Means here, if you're going to create a service here, the same service can be accessed here without losing the data. It's not going to create the another instance. Okay. Now we'll see how we can use that dependency injection inside our application. Understand one thing. Understand one thing regarding dependency injection, guys. Dependency injection is always going to create a singleton instance. I know if you all know the one object for all the components. Means DI, dependency injection, is used to create singleton instance for application. Okay, and injectable is used for creating the DI for the class. Understand? Means if you are using the injectable on top of a class, then you can see that it's a dependency injectable. Means you can able to dependent, it is a enable the dependency injection for the application. What is provider in, we'll discuss later. Let's go to that point first. Okay, now guys, you can see that to do service we have a dependency injection. Now we'll see how to use this to do service inside the application. Let's go to the add component, guys. First go to add component, because this is our primary component. Without this, nothing is going to happen, right? Add component. Now in add component we have to access the service. Guys, to access the service you have to inject that service inside the this component. To inject a service inside a component, then you have to use a constructor. You know that what is the use of constructor? Constructor is used to initialize the member variable. Also we can define a parameterized constructor, right? Now guys, in this case what happening, we have to inject the constructor. Inside the constructor we have to first inject the this service, then only it is going to create automatically the instance. Now let's go inject this one. Let me create a instance which is called service. Suppose service, and the service type is to do service. Okay, now this service I have injected customer means when the application start and this to do component is going to initialize in getting in memory, by default the to do component create the instance of this service and store into the service variable. Means when application is going to run it, that time the service variable is getting the object of to do service. Then you will ask me a question, how the to do service getting object, how the to do service getting the object? That is the use of this injectable. Injectable is going to create the global object for this particular service. Then when we are going to use that service inside a component or inside any places, then automatically we are not going to create an object. This is going to create an object for that. The creating an object of a service, that is called dependency injection, because we are injecting this service inside the inside component, but we are not creating an instance. I know that you people are using DI in your project. If you're .NET, you are using the .NET Core. You are using the dependency injection by default is there. In Java also, in Spring Boot also, you are using dependency injection repository pattern. Same thing is following in the here only. Okay, means using the service constructor, you can able to inject the data. Okay, now what I did, I have created an object of this one. This is service is the object, and the type of the object is to do service. Okay, now guys, before add, okay, before add, what we're going to check, we have to check that the value is exist or not. Let me do that. Suppose I want to access this service. Now before add, we have to check that task name is exist or not. Understand? Exist or not. First understand where I written the code. The code is written inside this is exist. Okay. Now I have to check this code. Now what is code? Just a second, guys. I have to go and write this code here. Okay. Now add task, you know, this is the function is firing when I click on the add. Now let's go and check it here. If I have to check if this dot service, because you see the service is not coming here. Okay, I have imported service here but not coming here, guys. Now we'll learn the new stuff is called access modifier. You people already know the access modifier: private, public, protected internal, lot of things there, because basically we are using private, public and internal. Now let's go and understand what is the access modifier. Access modifier is giving the permission to a function or a variable, whatever you can say that, to how we are going to permission the access level, right? Suppose you want to define a variable called private, it's not going to access outside the class. If I define a variable or function is public, it's going to access inside the class as well as the outside the class. Same way, if you're defining a variable as a protected or a function as a protected, is only going to access inside your inherited class or child class, right? This is all about the this access modifier. The same thing is going to create it here, because guys, what happening? You are injecting the service here, right? When you are doing injecting the service here, you are doing injection service here, then you have to specify what is the access level of this one. If you don't specify the access level this one for the constructor, this is only access inside this scope. Understand this part. If I don't specify the access modifier of the variable or anything in the constructor, then this one is only accessible inside the constructor, not outside the constructor. For that reason, what I'll do, I can either access private or either access public. What happens if I access public, then it's going to access outside this constructor also. Okay, then I have specified the public here, means I'm saying that the service is a public. Now I can able to access the service inside this space. But in your program, actually in your program, what you'll do, you create another variable, right? You're getting this way, right? Suppose service is called to do service, and what you're doing in your program, again this dot service equal to service. I think you are doing same way inside your application, right? Instead of writing all these things, Angular is giving different way. No need to define another variable to assign the service. Simply go and add access modifier here. You can add a private or public, it's up to you. Once I add a private here, now this service is accessible throughout the class. No need to define another variable and assign that one. That is the use of the Angular dependency injection. Okay, now you got it how to use a service. Now guys, before add into the task, I have to check that whatever task name I am giving that is exist or not. Let me go this one. This dot is exist. Guys, is exist is a function inside this to do service. Now here I have to pass the task name. This dot task name. Okay. Check means exist means true. True means it's going to say that it is exist. Else we will go and send as it is. Going to add as it is. Okay, it's going to add as it is. Now it's true means it exists. Then we will display a error. Then alert. Okay, you can know alert is used for display the alert in JavaScript. Alert. Suppose task name already exists. Okay, guys, task name already exists. Now, if I go 1 1 2 3, click on add. You display. If I go and click add, you can see that it's not happening. Why it's not happening? We'll see that. Okay, what happening? We'll see that first. Why it's not happening? Okay. Now, guys, go and learn about new concept called debugging. How to debug a Angular application? That is the most important part because we are getting some error because I don't know what error is coming because based on some requirement, it's not working. Now we'll understand what the problem because you don't know like what happening in the code. In this case, what we're going to learn it, we're going to learn the concept called debugging. Debugging means how to debug the application. Okay, now guys, debugging is only enabled in the development build. Development build means when doing the when you're doing the development, that time only we can able to do the development. Only you can able to debug the code. In production build, we are not going to access the we are not going to access this we are not going to access the debugging. Only the development we are going to access the debugging. Then how can do the debugging? For that reason, in the page, right click. Okay, right click and go to inspect and click on the source. Remember this one, click on the source. Let's go and explore this part first. In source, you can see that we have a list of things displaying. Okay, index lot of things displaying. But what we are going to do, you can go and simple go and control P. Control P is used for search the file. Okay, control P. Simply go to this source and you can use control P for open file. Control P. Now, what is the file name we have issue? The file name we have issue is called to do add component. Okay, to do add component. Let's go and show to do add component. Once you click the file, you can see that all the code, whatever inside our files, is showing here only. You can see that displaying here only. Now, suppose add function, when you click on add only, this function I'm going to call. Let me go and prove the breakpoint here. You know how to debugging. All people know that, but I'll show you how we're doing in the browser. You'll put the breakpoint here. It's called 31 point line. I'm going to put breakpoint. I want to click on add. You can see that it's going to fire the breakpoint here. Now you know that F10 is used to go back and this is used for F10 and 11 is used to go up and down, up, go to down and inner down also, right? Let me check that service. You can see that to do items is blank now. Displaying to do items is blank. Okay, it's displaying to do item blank means item is not adding into to do items. Now let me go add it. Okay, now you can see that why guys is not adding because to because what happening here, the to do items we are not pushed into to do items because after adding the is exist. Okay, we're checking where it's going checking, it's going to check inside this to do items, right? But the thing is these to do items we are not calling this add function, we are just check the function, we are not going to add the function. After adding only we are going to check that is exist or not, right? Then let's go back to the this component. Which component guys? The to do component. Here what will do, Here you can see that I am storing inside the items only. Okay, instead of doing items, I have to use which one? I have to use the service one. The service one. Let's do inject this service now. Okay, we'll go and inject this service now. How to inject? You know that private, you can give any object to do service. Okay, to do service. Now understand. Now the same service is available two places. One is to do component and to do add component. As I told, if I'm going to use a dependency injection, that means it's creating a single object for throughout the application. It's not creating a multiple object. Okay. Now in add, instead of calling this add, what we're going to do? We are going to do this dot service add. Add to pass the task name. Let me remove this part. Let it be there, let it be there, because you can see that this I'm going to add service only. I'm not going to use these items anymore in future, but I'm just showing I'm going to add the item. I'm going to show you the duplicate part. Let me save it. After saved, you can see that I have 1 2 3. Okay, 3. Now if the same go and click, let me put the breakpoint here and I click on the add. You can see there breakpoint stop here. If I go to mouse over there, you can see that to do items getting the value. Got it? Getting the value. What is the to do items? This is the same items, these items, right? Now once I click on this one, it's going to show that task name already exists, because the task name already exists inside this array. Same if you're going to click it here, you can see that already the task name content called 1 2 3, right? Now this way you can see that we have maintained the data inside across two component. You can see that these two components is totally two different classes, but due to dependency injection, you see that these two components sharing the same instance. Here once I add the data in the to do component, once I add the data, this data also maintaining the same data inside this task. Also we're going to check the is exist. Means the help of dependency injection, we can able to manipulate the data. We can do the change the singleton of data, right? This is the use of this service. Now actually this is a basic example, but we'll go and implement a little bit more advanced. I will show you how to do actually full-fledged application. Now I hope you're able to understand this dependency injection, how dependency injection is sharing the object using this injectable. We'll go and discuss this provider in a little bit later, because that is not case is now. We'll go and discuss that part. Now guys, let's understand this part. After we refresh, you know that after we refresh, the data is gone. There's no place to store the data, because data is stored inside our memory. But as a developer, as a application, you must have to store the data. The data can be stored in database. It may be MongoDB, it may be Cassandra, it may be Cosmos DB, it may be any SQL. It's up to you how you're going to design the database. For API, you may be develop .NET, you may be develop Node.js, you may be develop Java Spring Boot. It's up to you what we are going to use it. It doesn't matter. But the thing is, I'm going to show you how to store the data in the browser. Means we are going to store the data. If you are going to refresh the page also, the data is not going to store. It's not data is not going to remove from the browser. It will always be there until and unless you are not going to delete that one. It's not going to be deleted. Okay. Now let's go first create that one, how to store the data in browser. Okay. Now first understand the storage mechanism. What is the storage mechanism? Guys, as a web developer, you all know that previously we have only storage mechanism in client side. It is called cookies, right? Cookies is used to store the data, but you know that cookies has some limitation. What is limitation? Cookies cannot be stored more than 4 KB or something, because I don't use cookies as of now. But you know that for older development, we are mostly store the information cookies, because that is also the size is small. But when the browser is now that new browsers coming, they're adding more storage mechanism inside our application. What is the storage mechanism? That we have to understand, then we'll go understand other parts. Guys, one is in memory. In memory means, suppose you are declaring a variable, you are creating an array, you are doing all these things that is stored in the variable in the memory of the browser. When browser going to refresh or initialize, that time all the memory got clear. You already know that when the class got initialized, that time everything going to be clear and going to create new instance. Same way, when I'll go and add the item into array, okay, and you know that this data is going to store inside the memory, and in the memory is always be changeable. If I refresh, memory going to be refresh all the time. It's just like your RAM. But how we can maintain the same data inside our application in such a way that we have to maintain the data in as long as we can. For that reason, browsers are giving their own memory storage, because you know that browser also running on system, they have also own space, right? Browser also going to giving the own space for the application that they can going to access direct to the hard disk. Hard disk means it's not going to direct access your D or C drive, but it's going to access your browser disk, browser memory. Now, the browser memory means that is two things. One is in memory, that is going to be refresh when it's going to be uh, when the application is going to be refresh or going to be closed or something. Another memory that is called the fixed memory, that is going to be stored inside your application. Now let's go understand that memory. If you go to inspect, you can see that I am in source. If you go to application, click on application. Now you can see that in left hand side you can able to see storage. Okay, you can insert the storage. Now inside the storage, okay, inside storage you can see that we have storage, local storage, session storage, IndexedDB, WebSQL, cookies, trusted token, interest group. Now today we are going to discuss about only local storage, but cookies is the oldest one which is used to store the cookies, but we are not going to use cookies as of now. Cookies is not going to use, because you know that cookies has some limitation. Cookies has going to store very less amount and it can be changeable. Let's go to the focus on local storage. Guys, I to understand what is a local storage. Okay.
Sir,
Local
can you
storage
give
means,
a brief? Hello?
yes, yes.
Sir, can you tell me why we use all these storages? Just explain in a
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
theoretical
yeah.
manner
Yes,
the
yes, yes, yes.
local storage.
Yeah, I'll tell you. I'm going to that one by one. Okay, guys, I'll only going to explain these three. These three are your web SQL belongs to the only this index DB, session and storage. These three are the web standard one. We are going to use this web standard one. This web SQL is belongs to Google only, and there is different storage engine that is specific for Chrome. But these three storages are the most important to know. Let's go understand this one by one storages. I think you already know the cookies. Cookies is stored to store the very less amount of data. Let's go understand from bottom to top. Let's first understand IndexedDB. Guys, IndexedDB is the RDMS of the browser. Suppose you know RDMS query, right? Select, update, delete, all these things. Suppose you want to do, that is the IndexedDB. This IndexedDB is going to store all the RDMS format or relation database to your application. Means suppose you want to create a table, you want to run a index, you want to going to create a suppose table. This is for that reason we are going to IndexedDB. Now you will ask me a question: what is the use of IndexedDB? Suppose guys you are developing an application, and that application you want to support it the offline also. Means suppose if there is no internet also, you want to store the data in the data inside, you want to store the data inside the database in offline mode. Suppose you want to work on offline mode, then you can use the IndexedDB. IndexedDB is more power than other storage engine because it's a database only. It's just like a database. Okay, you have to insert, update, delete, you can do everything inside this. Let me open this thing, because if there is let me see this one. Yeah, there's nothing is there. This is the my one. You can see that. instead of content key value pair database. Means here you can do also do the manipulation, but IndexedDB size is more. You can use the 50 MB, like more than database you can use the IndexedDB. Mostly IndexedDB is used to do the offline work. Okay, suppose you are doing any offline storage, then you can do the IndexedDB work. Okay, now let's go to session storage. Guys, you know that session 1. Session means suppose you logged in and logged out. Session is gone, right? Suppose when I open the tab and I opening another tab. Now suppose you want to develop application, it is going to tab by tab. Same application, suppose one tab is open and you are doing something, and same tab is going to open another one going to same tab. Then that time you don't want to store the data, you want to clear the data. That time we are going to store the session storage. Session storage, guys, is a mechanism which is only store the data in active tab or active window. Means same page, if I'm going to open another tab, it's going to clear the data. Understand this part? That is the difference between local and storage, local and session. In session storage, if you open the tab and doing some operation here to the using the session storage, and if you open the same tab, new tab, then session is going to expire, because session storage is only specific to same tab, not other tab. Okay, now what is the use of local storage? Local storage is the permanent storage. Means if you are going to navigate from one tab to another tab, if you go to any tab, the data will be remain there. And all the data is going to store in dictionary format. You already know a dictionary, right? The hash map format, key value pair format. Every database, local or session storage, is going to store the data in form of dictionary or hash map or hash set. Means we have a key and we have a value. We have a key, we have a value, right? This is the way we can able to store the data inside the application. And what type of data we can store? We can store a normal data, we can store a string data, we can store object, we can store everything. But the key and value always be a string. Key is a string, value also a string, because it's a normally key value pair of data, right? But we can be able to store the JSON, we can able to store a object, we can store everything inside the key value pair using the local storage. But I will show you how to go and use that one. Okay, now you are able to understand the difference between these two. Local storage is going to maintain the data tab by tab. Any tab you open, data will be there. Session storage is only focus on one tab. Suppose you are going to store in one tab. If you open the same tab in another window, now the data is going to be lost. IndexedDB is used for do the RDMS operation inside the application. You are going to write the SQL query to do the operation. This is used for the offline work, and this is going to store this. These two are mostly used local storage. So users used to store the token. Suppose you are generating a token, generating a refresh token, the user information, like whatever the information commonly used for the application, that is going to use inside the local storage. Now this local storage we are going to use for maintaining the data inside our application. Okay, yeah. Now let's get started with this local storage. Guys, local storage is not part of the Angular. Understand this thing. Local storage is not a part of Angular. Local storage is part of our browser. If browser doesn't support local storage, then it's not going to work. Okay. For a reason, if you are going to implement local storage, you have to know that which browser you're targeting. But nowadays, most all the browser, it may be Chrome, Firefox, and Edge, all are supporting the local storage. Now let's get started work with the local storage. Okay. Now guys, local storage is maintaining key value pair. First, understand what is key value pair. Key value pair means you already know that a dictionary containing key value pair. Key is unique all the time, and value you can add any type. It may be string, it may be number, it may be object, it may be anything. But in our case, you can see that our object is array. Our object is a to-do of array. But as I told, the in case of local storage, we cannot store a object, because the key and value always be a string type. Understand this part? This key and value always be a string type. Key is a string, value also a string. Means we have to go, no, sorry, string means it can be number, it can be string, it cannot be object. Now how we can go and change this object to array of object to string? Okay, That is the part we have to first understand. Before going that, let's go and work with the local storage. Okay, now guys, let me define a object called, let me define variable called private. It's called the, suppose uh, key. Let me key equal to, suppose called to do. Okay, the key is to do item. First understand what is key. I'm going to define, this is the key for local storage. Yeah, this is the key for local storage. Means this key, whatever we're going to add it here, that is the local storage key. I'm giving the key name is to do items. You can give any name, I'm just giving to do items. Okay, okay, now suppose there is a, let me before, after r to this variable, okay, let me do one thing. What I'll do, I'll do one thing. First, add to the local storage. Okay, because I am adding to the this variable, right? But this variable is in memory variable, but now I'm going to add to a local storage. Then how to add? Then local storage, guys, local storage is a predefined variable exists inside the our JavaScript code. It's not Angular part, okay, it's a JavaScript code. Local storage dot set item. If you work on the dictionary or like if you work on dictionary or the hash map or hash set, you already know that there is a dictionary.r, dictionary.remove, lot of is there, right? Then we have to set the item. You can see the set item, there is two argument here. One is key, one is the value. As I told every time that the local storage contain the value in form of string. There is no object, nothing else. Okay, now I have to string. First I have to pass the key. Key is this dot, this dot key. Key is to do items. Now guys, second one is our value. But you can see that the value is saying as string, right? But our value is a to do of object, right? It's a to do of object. Let me do one thing. Let me copy this code and paste it here. Let me first add into items. As of now, you can see that now I have to add these to do items inside these set items, but set item second parameter is a string. But how I can convert this object, array of object, to string? Guys, for that reason we have a another concept called json.stringify. What is json.stringify? Let me understand what is json.stringify. JSON stringify is a functions available in JavaScript which is used to convert a object to a string format. If you work on the Newton JSON, like the library in the .NET or in Java, I don't know, in that case there is a serialization and deserialization, right? If you're going to give a string, it's going to convert a object. If you're going to give an object, it's going to convert a string. That's the way in the JavaScript. If you're using the JSON stringify, it will if you're going to pass an object here, it's going to give the object JSON structure of stringify. Means if I'm going to pass these dot items, then it will convert these dot items to a stringable format, a string format as a JSON structure. I'll show you the example, then we'll go and discuss this one. Okay, guys, what I'm doing, on a click of add, I am going to add into this variable. That is okay. We are not going to emit as of now, but after that, adding to the local storage. To add local storage, we have a function called local storage set item, the key name and the value. Okay, now let's save it. Now guys, see this part. You can see this blue color part, and I'm going to here. Okay, this selected part, gray one. Let me add 1, 2, 3, and click on add. You can see that is something happening. No, you can see that now it's updated. What updated? To do items is your key. Got it? To do items is your key. Now you can see that this is our JSON one. can see that is there JSON one, because that JSON.stringify convert that code into this format. JSON stringify convert that object to this is the string representation of that one. I hope people are able to understand what is the use of stringify. Stringify is used to convert object to a JSON string. That's the reason it's going to change the JSON string to object. Now you can see that if I click it here, it's going to display in this format. Means I have one item here. Same way I will go and click on 2, 4, 5, 6. Click on add. You can see that it's not going to update now. You can see that 2 items is added. Right? 2 items got added here. Now means if I go and refresh the data, if you go and refresh the data, you can see the data is not displaying, but my data is still there. Data is still there, right? Means what I'll do now, on the page load, I'll call this function and get all the data. Understand this, guys? What I'm doing on the page load, because I already the data is there, because if I refresh the page also, data is not going to be clear because already data is there. Now what I'll do, on the click of this function on the page load, I'm going to call this function and get the data from this local storage and display to the page. Now let's do that. Now you can know that this is going to be set the data. Now after that, what we'll do, suppose load data, load. Okay, we write a function called load. Load is used to load the data to the load the data from the local storage to this variable. For that reason, what I'll do to write local storage dot get. Guys, you know that set is used to set the value, get is used to get the value. Now get is accepting one parameter that is called this dot is called key. This dot key. Let me store a variable called const. Okay, const suppose values value. You can see that I have declared a variable is called value, which is store get. Okay, now guys, you know that local storage always store data in string format and get in string format also. If you're going to store the data in string also you're going to get data in string format. You can see that this value is a string. Like you can see that this value is string. But how we can convert this string to this object, right? Then only you can do that. Now for that reason, what we'll do, we will check that the value is exist or not. Because if there is no data, suppose if I going to clear the data, in this case this will null, right? It's blank. Then what will write? I'll go write value. If there is a value, then what I'll do, guys, I have to change from string to object. For that reason, we have a function called, suppose let items equal to, okay, let items equal to JSON dot parse. JSON parse, we can see that convert a JavaScript object notation JSON string to an object. If you're going to pass any JSON string here, it's going to convert this JSON string to a object. Right? Now again check null. If there is nothing will be there, so some error will come. Then if items, if there is items, because every time I'm going to check the null check. Okay. First I check value is there or not. After value I'm checking to parse to object. And again I'm checking the null check here. Is there any value null or not? Null check. After null check, what I'll do, I'm going to assign this dot to do items equal to items. Okay. Now I got it, guys. First I get the value in a string format, then do a null check that value is there or not. If value there, then again I'm going to parse into the object. Again also check that the value is blank or not. If there is no that is successfully parsed, then assign that value to the to do items. Now a to do item is going to be exist data. Now what are we going to do? Now inside this page, Which page? In the to do page. What will do? In the page load, as I call this a page load, this page, this dot service dot load. Now what we're going to do it, this is load the all the existing task into task from local storage. Understand this part, guys? Got it? Now load function is going to load from the local storage. I'm going to load it right now. If I'm going to refresh, okay, now 1 2 3 add it, then 4 5 6 add it. Now you can see that local storage is getting 2 items. If I refresh, now I'm not getting anything because that is the reason, but we are getting the data here, right? It is the data. 0 1 2 3 items are there. Sorry. Okay. Now let me add 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Okay, I have added these 3 items. We are not doing any edit and update. That will go into that part. First you know that how to use the storage engine. Now, guys, now you can see here one thing. Again, I'm getting all the data. That is fine. But let's go and do for the display the existing data, because if I refresh also, I should display the 1 2 3 4 5 6 item here, right? Now for that reason, what I'll do, if I go to do items, if I go to do items, now this is the variable which is used to send the data from this here to that way, right? For the reason what I'll going to do that, guys, after load, the data, what I'll do, I need to set this data into this task. Which task? This task item. Then what will do, after load, set the items. Then this dot items equal to this dot service dot to do items, because in load we are set the data to do items, right? After set the data in to do component, I am going to assign data to items. In this case, what will happen, when page load, you can able to see that this is displaying the data. Okay, you can able to show the data. Let me delete this one. You can display the data here, right? What I did, guys, simply I load the data from the local storage and assign that value to the to do items. The to do items is the main items for the application. Now after that, what I did in to do component, after I load the data, assign the to do items to the items. You know that this items is the variable which is used to display the data. Later we'll remove that one, but as of now, you know that we are able to see the existing data, right? Now this is the one data we have delete displaying. Now what about the delete and update? Okay, what about delete? Suppose if we go to delete the data, I have deleted the this particular item. But see one thing here. If you go to the local storage, you can see that we are maintaining only one key. This one key is storing all the information, right? So one key is storing all the data. Means again we have to pass the data and remove the data. Again we have to update the data. Every time you have to do to anything, whatever things we are doing in manually here, same thing also we are going to do in the case of delete. Let's go focus on the delete part. Okay. Now this is called a delete, remove, right? Before remove, before remove, let's do one thing. Let's get the data. Okay, get the existing data. Existing data means, guys, what? After the splice, okay, after delete, what will do? We need to update the to do item into local storage. Here you're deleting the data, right? After delete this data, what you'll do, you need to remove this data from the local storage. How to remove the data? Guys, we are not removing the data. We are just updating the data because we have only one key. one key containing multiple values. Now we are going to remove this item. After removing all item, then again going to update the data. In this case, what we're going to do here, again the same code, because we are removing the items, we are not removing the key. We're just removing the inside the items of these to do items, right? For that reason, I'm just removing the items. I'm removing the whatever items. Then after that, whatever left, I'll update inside our local storage. Let me show you. Just an example. Suppose I want to remove this delete. So remove this delete. You can see that in this case, nothing is there. I don't know why it's not working. Why not? There is a reason, because we are not calling this function, remove function. Let's go to do component in delete. Let me do one thing. Let me write it down. This dot service dot remove, and this is the index. Okay. Now guys, now you have to remove. Now click on delete. Now okay. If you go and back here, you can see that that item got deleted, right? What got deleted, guys? Nothing deleted. What we are doing, we are just updating the data. How we are adding data into the to do items, same way I am removing the data from the to do items, right? Now it's going to delete the data. Now let's go to the other part. After delete, you can see that we are updating the local storage. Second one, update. Update one. Let's go and focus on the update one. Guys, update also going to do the same thing. After update, we are going to update the local storage. Okay. Now update. Then what will do? This dot service dot update and the update model. Suppose I click on this 1 2 3 and going to support task, and if I go to update, if I go back and come here, you can see that it's going to change the task. Okay, same thing I'm doing. Only thing I'm changing that I am, instead of doing the memory, I'm using the this local storage only. This is the way you can able to manipulate the storage engine. Okay, now let's back to the Nidhi's question. Like she wants to know that how the update is working. For that reason, we'll go and discuss about update. Okay, now understand the update part. Guys, look into this part. What I'm doing, I have this object, right? Always remember, this is the object. In this object, what will happen when you click on edit? I will pass this object to this component. After update, whatever updated value is happening, that value I'm going to pass this index. Same thing actually I am doing in the case of this edit and update. Now let's show you. On in case of update, on case of this edit, first we are going to edit, right? In edit, we are going to create a edit item. This is a I to do object. This contain a index as well as the item. Whatever item we are going to click it here, that instance is going to store it here. Now let's go understand another part. After edit, I'm going to pass this object to this edit component as a input. Okay. Now again, there is a variable, which variable is going to store the task. Whatever task the name is there, is going to store in the task. Now this task is going to store inside this, is going to add it inside the ng model. And whatever I will change it here, that is going to be reflect in that ng model, right? After that, once click on update, what I'm doing, I'm just emitting the data. Data means I'm emitting the index, and whatever updated data means the data is going to change, the task is going to change, the computer also by default false. Once you click on update, it's going to emit the data. That emit I'm handling here as a edit model. After that, I'm updating the index here and clearing the edit item. This is the way I am flow the data from update to cancel, cancel to update, all these things. Okay, but what we have learned here, how to maintain the data using the local storage. But the things we have left is called validation, right? What is validation we have left? We left validation is called the required. Suppose if you click on add also, you can see that blank item is getting added here. You can see that. You can see that the blank item getting added. Is it? Blank item getting added. Now the question is, why this blank item getting added? Let me see. Okay, now see why this blank item getting added. You can see two items getting added. That is not an issue. We will do that fix. You can see that it's happening. Now we'll do the validation. Guys, validation is little different stuff. Let me go and learn about validation, how to do the validation using the Angular. To do the validation in Angular, we have to use the reactive form. Okay, what is reactive form? Reactive form is the form. Form means you know HTML form, right? Text box, button, drop down, select, all this called as a form. To manipulate the form inside the Angular application, that time we are going to use the reactive form concept. Okay, reactive form is a concept. Using that concept, we can able to change or manipulate the form. Okay, now let's go understand how we can go and enable reactive form inside the application and how we can able to do the custom validation using the reactive form. Okay, we're going to do the validation inside the form. Now guys, first understand, you can see that our application not fully completed because we are going to complete one by one, because we're going to integrate the bootstrap, lot of things going to integrate here. But first understand the basic core concept, then go for the next one. Now you know that service is used to do the central work. Central work means it's going to do all the centralized work, and it's going to share the same object throughout the application, right? Now, but next part is reactive forms. Guys, what is reactive forms? First understand. Just imagine this is a form. Form means it's a control, guys. Nothing else. It's a form. It's a control. Now suppose if I go and place an ad, then what will happen? I have to check that this field is blank or not. Then what are you going to check? I'll check if the value of this field is blank or not. Then only I'm going to display the error. Simple. I'll go write the code. What is the code? If I go to add one, on a click of add task, we'll check. I'll check if, okay, if this dot task name, not task name, not task name, the task name not exist, then return, and before that alert task name required. Task name required. Suppose I have to give the task like 100, more than 100, then what will do? I have to display another error. If again, if this dot task name dot length greater than suppose 5, then return, then what will display? I'll display alert task name cannot be more than 5 cars. That's example 5 I'm giving. Now what will go do, guys? I'll go here 1 2 3 4 5 6. We click on add, it's going to throw an error. Task name cannot be more than 5 characters. The same way, minimum character. If I go and write, just understand the problem here. If I go right here, if the task name length is less than 3, then task name cannot be less than 3 characters. You understand this part. Again, you go right 1 2. It's if you click, it's going to cannot 3 character. I understand the pain here. The pain here is, just imagine that n number of validation there. You are going to write all the code here. Who is going to write all the code? Right? No one going to write all the code. And you can see that if you're going to apply all the validation, just imagine how much long code will be there. Right? Just imagine this is a validation only. But there is n number of stuff we are going to do inside the form. To overcome this kind of issue, Angular introduced a thing called a reactive form. Reactive form is a principle. Using that reactive form, what you can do, you can able to manipulate or you can able to change the structure of a forms, not HTML, structure of a forms. Then let's go understand what are the things available inside the reactive forms, how can going to use that. Okay, now understand. Guys, let me understand by a paint. We have to draw a things, then we have to understand. Can you understand the simple login form? Okay, we have a login form. Okay, and inside the login form we have two controls and one button. This is your username and this is your password. This is your login. Understand this part. If I go and say, what is this one? This one is a control. It's a control, right? Sorry. This one is a control. This one also a control, right? And this black one, whatever is seeing here, this is hold these two control, right? It's holding these two controls. I can say that this username is called as a control and this black area is called as group. Understand this, guys? Means group belongs to, group is going to contain controls. This group in tech in React in our Angular is called as form group, and this control is called as form control. Understand this part? If you see here, if you can see here, this is a, this 12 text box is a control, right? It's a normal control. Every control inside the component is a control. Every control, if you're going to render into HTML, it's a control only. If this control is a group of control, then it's called a form group. Means form group is going to contain, form group is going to contain form control. Means this form control is individual control and this form group is the group of form control. Same as group of a form control is belongs to something, then it's called a form array. Means form array, form group and form control. Form array means it's a group of form group. Form group means it's a group of form control. Let me write it down. I understand this part. Okay. Reactive forms is contain basically three parts. Just understand this concept. After that, we're going to implement this one, this reactive forms. Guys, reactive forms is used to work with the HTML forms. It's used to work with HTML forms. Okay. Reactive form contain basically three components. One is form control. Understand this part. Then we'll go for lunch break. Form control. Second one is form group, and third one is form array. Understand this part. Then we'll discuss. Form control. It's a it's just a HTML control. Form group. It's a group of form control. Form array, it's a group of form group. Understand this part. If you closely look, form control is represent to one control, form group is a group of control, and a form array it is a group of form group. It's an array. Now today today we are going to implement these two things. Form array is not suitable for us. We're going to use later, but as of now, just understand form control, form group going to understand. We do use it inside of application. Now let's go and understand how to use the form group inside form control inside of application. To use form control or reactive form inside application, you must have to add the form reactive form module inside the app module. I'll go to this back later. The way we have added form module, the same way we're going to add reactive form modules. Reactive form modules is the module which is going to use enable the reactive forms application inside our application. Okay, now first we'll go to this part, add part. Okay, now add part, what will do, first we'll go and build the form. We want to build the form. Now build the form, what will go, I'll going to inject the another service called form builder. Form builder. Now let's create a form. Form, it's a form group. It's a form group. And this dot form equal to the form builder dot group. Okay, group, suppose called task name. I understand this part, let me write it down. Then form builder dot control, and it's by default value is null. Then validator dot required. I'll explain everything, guys. Just see what I'm writing here. Validators dot required, validators validators dot max length, suppose 100. Okay, now guys, able to understand this part, what I'm doing here. To build a form, okay, to generate a form, we require a form builder help. Without form builder, we cannot going to build a form. I have created a form group, guys, understand. If you see our definition, as I told, form control is just a HTML control. Form group is a group of form control, and form array is a group of form group. Understand? Now, guys, form control, it may be one control, it may be more than one control. It's always going to place inside the form group. Means there is required at least one form group to add any control, because understand, it may be one control, it may be more than one control. You must have to add one form group, because group can be contain one or more than one. Same way, in this case, in our case, we have only one control. Doesn't matter that we have one control means we are not going to create a group. We can also create a group. For that reason, I have declared a form here. Okay, form group. Now form group name is form. You can give any name and give form. Now I have inject the form builder inside our the constructor. Guys, this form builder is used to build a form. This is the predefined service is available in the reactive form. Now what I did, I have initialized the form, because as I told, a form group, okay, form group contains group of controls, right? Now we have to go add, you have to initialize this form group and add the controls. For that reason, what I did, form builder, the instance of the form, this dot form group, form equal to form builder dot group, because I want to create a group. Inside this group, what I did, I have added one control that is named task name. As I told, form group contains a group of controls. This should be a control, right? The task name is the form group dot control. And this form group control contains two arguments. First argument is the default value. I am passing null here. Second parameter is the validator validations. In Angular, there is a n number of predefined validations is available. One is validator.required, which is used to for required field validator, means you are marked that field as required. Second one, the max length. By default, suppose you want to set the max length, you can set the max to 100. Means you are saying that it's validated 100%. More than validated more than 100%, it's going to throw an error. Now you see that in this summarize, I have created a form group. It may be one control, more than one control, doesn't matter. It's a form group always. Form builder is used to build a form. For that reason, I have initialized this dot form equal to form builder dot group. The group is consist of group of controls, form controls. Then group contain one control. It is called task name. You can give same name. You can add more control, comma, and you can add n number of control. It's up to you. The task name is a control, right? Its task name is a control. In this case, what we're going to do, this control is belongs to two parameters. One is first is default value. Second one is a validator. Default value means suppose you want to display by default any value, then you use the value. I'm passing null. You can pass blank also. It's up to you what you are going to pass it. Okay. Now second one is validator. In Angular, there is a predefined validator is also available. That is called the validators. Validators required means you are marked this field as required, means this is must have to enter. Second one, I have enter that length, max length means the maximum length will be 100%. 100 is required to, and 100 character is the maximum length. Now I have built this form. Now my responsibility is, now I have to use this form inside this control. Okay, now let's go and use this one. For that reason, let me go to this one, and here what I'll do, I'll remove this ng model. This ng model is no longer used because we are using the reactive form. Now guys, what I'll do, I'll go and add here form group tag. In form group tab, this is the predefined form group tab is available in Angular, which is used to say that which form group is used in this component. Okay, this component. Guys, why it's used, I'm going to explain. Inside the input, I'm going to say that form control name. The name is task name. Understand this part? It's a little bit more tricky. Understand this part first. Guys, as I told, if you see this example, as I told, a form group contain group of controls, right? A form group contain a group of controls. Suppose, for example, this is the form group. This form group contain the group of components, controls. The controls is username and password, right? Now, in this case, what will going to happen, guys? In this case, this is one control, this is one control, because inside the application you can create n number of form groups, because the way I have created here form group form, same way you can create another form, right? Form 1 form group, but this form contain different component, different control. This form may be contain different control. In this case, how the system know that which control you are using? Due to that, in the HTML, what are doing, we are using the form group. In the form group we are using, in the form means you are saying that inside the startup, this startup end, whatever control I am going to use, all the control is belongs to form only, not belongs to form 1. Got it? Because in one control, in one component, you can able to add n number of form group. It's up to you. But adding this form group means I'm saying that from the starting and ending, I'm using this form. Whatever the control belongs to this form is going to use inside this inside this form declaration. Due to that, guys, if I go and use, just example, inside this form, I have a task name is the component control. If you're going to use the control, you have to use the form control name. Okay, form control name is used to, okay, let me write the things here. Okay, form group is used to specify the specify which form is used for this context. form control name is used to specify the control name control name of the form group. Understand, guys? You have to specify only those form name which form name is exist inside this task name. Just example is task name. I am going to add it here, so 1 2 3. If I go and save it, you can able to see that I can able to see an error. I'll show that you can also is going to give an error. What error is giving? They're saying that 1212 cannot find a control name 1212. For that reason, if I'm going to specify the name here, I can only specify those name which name is exist here. Okay, now and the last part, after that we'll go for lunch. Last part is on click of this button, we have to check that this field is actually valid or not. Guys, valid or not means what? It's going to say that whatever validation we have applied to this field, that is satisfied or not. Means, just imagine if I click on this button, I have to check that this field is required or not, or this field is more than 100 character or not. All these things, right? For that reason, what I'll do now, I'll go to the add function, I'll remove everything not required. Simply add one thing. If, okay, simply add anything. If this dot form dot valid, guys, only this thing. If check that form is valid or not. Guys, valid or not, else there is else part also. That I'll talk later. Valid or not means it's going to check that whatever validation we have applied here, this validation is satisfied or not. You can see that if you go to else part, so alert invalid. If I go and save this one, you can see that if I go and click the button, it's going to say invalid. Why invalid? Let me go and source it. Source. Okay. Now I click it here. If you click on add button, you can see that form.valid is returning false. Why returning false? Because I mark this field as required. Due to that, it's going to the else part. Suppose if I go and put here some item here and click on add, you can see that the valid is true. Right? This is the reason we can able to see that how the form is working in the case. Okay. Now got it, guys? How the form is valid. We are not going to write all these things. But you'll ask me a question. Okay. Okay, that is fine because I am entering it's saying invalid, but I want to display the error down of this text box because that is our requirement, right? We have to display the error down of the text box. But what error fire? How I'll know? Just example, if I change this to 5, okay. Now suppose I've entered the data and I've entered more than 5. Then how I know that which error is occurred? It's required error or it's a max length error. Okay, now let's get started. Like you know that in before this call we have discussed about this reactive form, and I told that right, like that in reactive form how we can create the form here and how to add the validation, as well as we can set the end number validation here. But things is when in this case when I'm going to enter the value, if I don't enter value and click on add, it's throwing me an invalid. This is okay, but what we want to display the error bottom of this text box because this is the value. These are the basic one, right? When you see any application, if there is an error, they are going to show the error in below to the text box, right? Any control. Now let's go and see the error. How we're going to throw an error and show this one. Okay, now guys, see this one. How the reactive form work. Let me remove this else part. Let me remove this alert part. We'll first see how we are going to see this error. You can see here in the to do component. Okay. Now we are going to display it here. Now down to this one, we are going to add the down to this text box. We are going to add the error one. Let me do one thing. Let me add a span here. Okay. Let me add a span here. Inside not span, let me add a div here. Okay, Inside div I'll add form control and another div which is going to add the button. Okay, now inside this div we are going to add the error here. Okay, we are going to display the error here, means this is the area. Okay, we are going to display error. Okay, we're going to display the error. Now let's see the UI, how it looks UI. Okay, that is fine. Let me do one thing. You can see that this layout and this layout a little bit overlap. What I'll do, I will go and add some logic here. List, if I go to CSS, margin bottom, margin top. I can see that we have spaces. Now you can see that I have a text box here. I have a error center here, error label here. Now we want to display all the error in this part. In this part means whatever error will occur inside our application, all the error we are going to display here. But how to know the error? What error? Can you understand the flow? This is my control. This control name is task name. If any error occur to this control, I have to display here. Now let's go and display one by one error. Now the first thing is how to access a control. If you don't access a control, then how are you going to display the error? First, we'll access the control. Which control you are going to access? We are going to access the control. The name is task name. How to access a control? To access a control, we have to write the code like form. Form means it's the instance of the form dot controls, then controls dot get. Which control you want to access? You want to access the task name. You want to access the task name. Now in this case, we have to check that these controls is have an error or not. This control has an error or not. If there is an error, we are going to show the error. Now let's go discuss. Before that, I'll show you how, because button click we are getting the form, right? We are getting the valid. Here we'll get the access this control. We'll see what are the error is there for this particular control. Let me do one thing. Console.log this dot form dot control form dot get, right, at the get the control name, task name, the control dot errors. We'll see first the errors. Okay, just understand this part. We'll see the errors. Now if you go here and click on the add, we'll see about to what the error is there. It's saying that error is required is true. Okay, it's saying that required is true. Same way guys, if I go and check any other error, if I go and type any value here, if you click on add, you can see that it's saying that max length is there is error. And if you go and enter 123 and you click, you can see that the error is the null. No error is there. Let's get started with this one. Like you know that you can see here guys what the error is coming. It's saying that form get errors. Is saying that is there any error, then this value will get the data. Again, there is another function also, is called has error. Guys, has error is a function which is check that specific error is exist or not. Understand, two things you have to understand. First is errors. Errors is going to give us all the errors. It's going to give us the error names which are invalid, which are fire in this control. In that example, if I go and enter add, you can see that it's giving the required is true. Means as of now, the required field validator is fire here. Same way, you know that I have entered more than 5 characters. If you can add, it will show that it's throwing a max length error. If I go and enter only 3 characters, click on add, you can see that it's showing me as null. Why showing me null? Because there is no errors. Means this attribute is this object contain any error generated by the following validation or null if there is no error. Means if this is a null, then we know that there is no error. Same way, this is the one way you can access a control. There is another way also how to access form dot controls dot control name task name dot errors. Okay, there are n different type of format is there. Using that one you can able to access a control. First one is you can use this dot form dot get the control name, right? Another one is this dot form dot controls, and here you can pass the control name. It's up to you how you can do that. It's totally two different way you can able to access a specific controls inside the form group. Okay, now let's go understand about this part, because we have to display the error. Now we have to go and focus on this error. Now let's see how this is working. Now let me click on add. You can able to see required is there, and we'll check that another one that is called, we have to check that required validator is there or not. For that reason, let me go and check controls has error. Has error is a function. It will take error name, which is going to use to check that specific error is it exists or not. Suppose if you're going to add required, if you're going to add a required, you can see that if I go and click on add, it's going to give me true, because required field validator is firing. Same way, if I enter some value and click on add, you can see that it's giving me false, right? Means you can see here, in case of these errors and has errors, both are interlinked. Error is going to say us is there any error is there or not for a control. Has error is saying that the given error is exist inside this control or not. For that reason, guys, what we're going to do in this code, what will go first, we'll check that is there any error or not. If you check, you write ng if. You all know that ng if is you going to check that error is there or not. For that reason, I have to access the errors attribute, right? This errors attribute. For that reason, I'll write form dot controls of task name dot errors dot errors. Question mark errors. I'll explain what is this question mark errors. It's saying that this task name control, is there any error or not. If there is an error, then display what error is there, because for each and every error you have to display this information, right? Let's check for required one, required field. Then we write another code called span. You have to show that ng if, again ng if this control dot has error required. There are two things you have to understand. First, I am checking that this control contains any error or not. Errors will going to check that the controls contain error or not. It is going to give you null if there is no error. If it is going to give the data if there is error. If it's null, means you know that there is no error. If it's not null, means there is a error. Again, in between that we have to check that what type of error is that. What type of error means, you know that for this control we have applied two validation. One is required, another is max length. For required, we have to display different message. For max length, we're going to display different message. Suppose this is required, then we're going to display suppose task name is required. Same guys for max length. What it for max length, you know that when you go and enter some value here and click on add, you can go that you're getting the key called max length. Now, if there is an error called max length, let me copy this code and paste it here. Instead of required, I'll pass the max length, because max length is the error name for the maximum length. Like task name is maximum, or task name is more than 5 character. Okay, okay. Tax name is not more than 5 characters. Okay, simple one. Now guys, you can see that task name is required every time it's firing. Task name is required is every time firing. We'll see that why it's firing. Okay, we'll see that one. Task name has error is required is every time it's firing. But if I go and change this value, you can see that it's firing. The task name is not more than 5 character. If I remove this one, it's going to fire this one. And if you go to enter something, it's going to fire the other one. But you can see the error here. If I refresh also, if nothing I have entered is showing that task name is required. Let me do something. I'll add a color here. Okay, let me class called danger or called required. Let me copy this one and paste it here, and go here and define a class called required. CSS class required. Let me put color equal to red. Guys, look into this. The task name is required by default displaying. Why displaying? There is a logic, because we are not entering any data. Okay, but things is here. If I don't enter any data, this name should not be displayed, right? This one should not be displayed until and unless if I don't change the value, and if I don't remove the value, then only going to display. Otherwise, if a page load, no need to display the task name required. Only if I go and change and revert back, then only it's going to be displayed task name required. Now the things is, how we know that someone is entered some value and someone going to remove the value or clear some value. That is the things, right? If you know that someone changed the value, then only we able to know that that is required or not. Example, by default I don't want to display the required, because by default no one going to display the required, right? Only and only if I enter something and remove the data, then only going to display. Otherwise, if I go and click on the add only, that time only it's going to display the message. Until and unless it's not going to be displayed. Now guys, now how can do that? Guys, required field validator is a validator which is specially fire all the time if the field doesn't contain the value. Remember, if field does not contain any value, that time this validation is going to fire all the times. If there is a value, now it's not going to fire. Okay, now how this work? When you enter the value, it will go to this. If there is an error, the error to check that is then has this required field error or not. If not, this is going to not don't know to display. This is pretty much about the code. Okay, now guys, you can see here. Here I am using same control multiple times, right? Means same controls, all these things. Now how I can define one control and using this in this place? Now let's go to that. If you go to this component, you can find the TS file. Let me go and create one property. We have to learn about property. How to define a property? Property, you know that get and set. Let me define a get. Get called suppose task control. Okay, it's called task control. And here I'm going to return this dot form dot controls of task name. Guys, what I'm doing, instead of writing the same code again and again, I have created a property name. To define a property, you have to use the get. Okay, get set, you already know that in Java get is used to define a property. You know that get is always going to return some value. Then I have type return this sort of format control. Now task control, instead of writing all this line of code all the times, I can, what I'll do, I can replace with the task control. Task control dot error, task control has error, task control has error. These are the things come. You see that what I did, simply I have moved to a new attribute or new property, And this property when going to call is going to call this code, and this property I'm going to call inside this one, right? Now I hope you will to understand this part. Now guys, our issue, primary issue is task name is required is showing all the times. Why? Because anyhow the task is not enter here, due to that is firing, but this should fire. Now you can see that this thing we have to know, we have to this message should be removed. Then understand how to do that. Guys, as I told, if I go and enter some data and if I remove the data, that time only I have to display the message. Otherwise, if I go and click the button, that time only I have to display the message. Until unless I don't want to display the message. Guys, understand this part first. Little bit more you have to understand. And little bit zoom on. When I enter something means I am going to touch this field, right? I'm going to touch this field. I'm making this field as a dirty, right? Understand, when you type something inside a text box or you change the drop down or doing anything to a control, that time two things we are doing. We are going to touch it, and when you're typing, you are doing make it dirty. Dirty means it's you making it change the value. Now we have to check that this control is a touch or dirty, then only we can able to see that, then only we able to see the code. Now let's see that. How we know that a control is touched or not? Guys, touch means understand, as a user you change the value or not. Just understand, as a user you change a value or you change something or not. That is called a touch and dirty. Let's understand a touch and dirty. So this is the most important part. You have to understand the touch and dirty. Here, now I have to check that this specific control is touch or not. Suppose I have to remove this control with this dot task control, right? Now let me check this control is touch or dirty. Let me console dot log this dot task control dot touch. Okay, touch is used to check that control is touched or not. Same way, if I go and type console dot log this dot task control is dirty. Dirty means you see that dirty control user has changed the value in the UI. Understand this part? Change the value in the UI. Touch means the true is the control mark as touch. Let's understand this part, two part, touch and this one. Now if I go and click on add, you can see that is touch is saying true. Okay, now refresh this part and click on add. You can see that this is getting is false. Why touch is false? Because I did not touch it. If I touch it, means if I go in focus, that is called a touch. If I change the value and click on the add, you can see that these both are saying true true. Why true true? Because touch, I have touch, I have dirty. Dirty means I have changed the values. That is called the dirty one. Okay, got it the part guys? Touch and dirty. Then same way, we will only display the task name if the field is touch or dirty. If the field is touch, if the field is dirty only, then only we can able to see the message. Otherwise, we are not going to see the message. Can you can see that? What is touch dirty? Then it is called dirty. Then go to here, you'll write has error and this control is dirty. Okay. Then what will do? You can see that now it's not displaying. If I go enter some value and back the value, you can see that displaying task name is required. Got it? Task name is required is showing. Why it's showing? Because I have changed the value, and if I remove this one, this condition is getting true. Means if a field is dirty, and then only it's going to be display true. Other part, we have to check dirty is there. That is one part done, right? Now thing is, if I don't touch anything, don't choose anything, if I click on add, then it should be thrown, it should be show an error, right? It should be show that this is required. Now guys, understand what we can do that. If user did not touch this control, if the user did not enter any data into control, then how programmatically mark this field as dirty and touch? Understand these things? If I don't enter any value and click on the add, how programmatically I'll make this control as dirty and all these things, then only we're going to display the data. Now what we're going to do, if I click on the add button, then only we have to make the field as dirty and touch, then only this condition going to fire, right? Now how programmatically you want to make a field dirty or touch? For that reason, let's go to the code. In the else part, guys, this is invalid. Valid is going to say that false. In the else part, we have to make this control as dirty, and we have to make control as touch in such a way that we have to display this message. Now how to do that dirty? What we're going to do, this dot task control is the this control dot mark as dirty. If you mark as dirty, it's going to be make the control as dirty. Let me show that. If I go and click on the add here, you can see that it's displaying task name is required. Why? Because first the valid is false. If I go to this else part, now I'm making the programmatically mark this field as dirty. Once the field dirty, you know that the control is here is getting true, and true won't display the task name is required. Got it? That is the beauty of reactive form. Everything you can manage using your code. Guys, this is all about our reactive form. When you go and enter some value here, and if I going to remove, I can able to say task name. Also, if I don't enter anything, click on the add, now it's going to display the task name is required, right? This is all about our reactive form. Okay, clear? Now you can do much more exercise here. If you go and explore this part, then you will be able to understand how the reactive form work, and understand reactive form is the most important things in the Angular, because finally you are going to develop a application, and that application is going to play with the forms, right? Your data in the form, lot of forms, everything going to mark by this form only, right? Now we have implemented the reactive form using this one. Now let's go and go for a little bit more advanced one. The check on check, we'll discuss that thing. Let's go and implement some that multilingual stuff. How to enable the multilingual inside our application. Guys, first understand what is multilingual. Multilingual means by default, whatever language you are going to use, that is a default language. Suppose I'm going to use here English or Hindi, Telugu, Tamil, any language I'm going to use, or that is our languages here, right? But but in the program, just imagine add is here, right? Add is here for to add the item. Just imagine in different language, Telugu or Tamil or Hindi, the add may be any other things, right? It may be any other things. Same as if I going to say that task name is required, maybe the task name in English, Hindi, Tamil or Telugu, it will be different, right? Then how we go and add language specific code for this, for our application? Now how we do the multilingual here? Understand the part here. Now guys, language means it's not going to work dynamically, everything is static. Then you will ask me question, if everything static means what does mean by static? Static means, let me go and design this a little bit more, then we will be able to understand what is the use of static. Okay, now what I'll do guys, I'll go to this to do app here. Let me do one thing. In between that, I'll add another div. Okay, I'll add another div, and inside this div, what I'll do, I'll put all this div, and I'll add another div inside that. Okay, I'll add it here called h4 tag. It's called to do app. Simple, right? It's called to do app. Now let me write it here another tag called suppose div. I'll write it here, manage your own task. Suppose this is the description. Okay, understand this way. Now here, what will going to happen, this is looks like very ugly, right? Because we are not applying any designing all these things. Before going to multilingual, I want to show you how to integrate the bootstrap here. Okay, how to integrate the bootstrap into application. We'll let go and change a little bit more UI specific, then we'll go and implement the bootstrap, then you will be able to know that how the things work. Now let's go to bootstrap. Guys, if you know don't know bootstrap, I let you know. Bootstrap is a CSS library which is define all the predefined CSS for the application. Okay, means if you are going to use the bootstrap, there is a ready-made things are available. You just need to remember the class name, the CSS class name, then you're going to use it. Now let's go and use the bootstrap inside our Angular application. Okay, now the question is how to use the bootstrap inside the application. Okay, now to use the bootstrap, you can see that they are saying this thing, npm install bootstrap. As I told earlier, npm is the node package manager. If you remember, in bootstrap npm. Bootstrap is the npm package. Bootstrap is the class library, and you know that npm is stands for install the install the node package manager into the application. You can see that the current version of bootstrap is 5.1.3. This is the stable one. Now let's go and install this bootstrap inside our application. For that reason, what we're going to do, I'll stop the build now as of now for some times, and let's go and install that bootstrap one. You know, to install something, if you remember in the first step I told that npm install, right? Guys, npm install is a long like this is a long syntax. If you want to make it short, just you simple write npm I. npm I is the same as npm install, but I'm using the npm I. What I'm going to install? I'm going to install the bootstrap. The same application directory, just write bootstrap. Okay, don't write bootstrap. Now once you type the bootstrap, it's going to install the bootstrap. Now you will going to ask me a question, okay, where the bootstrap is installed? Okay, where this bootstrap is installed and how I can able to see the bootstrap code, because this is a code also, right? Then do one thing. Go to your project folder, means wherever you develop the project, go to that project. Suppose our training is a folder, inside the to do app is our application folder. If you open this to do app, you can see that we have a project here. You can find a folder here that is called node modules. You understand? There is a folder called node modules. If you open this node modules, you can see that whatever packages we are going to install or we are installing inside our application, all are exist inside this. Means if you go to our package.json, okay, you go to package.json. In package.json, whatever the dev dependency or dependency, whatever are there, all are exist inside these node modules. Got it? Means node modules is a folder which actually contain all the libraries of our package, all the package for like all the library content here. Okay guys, as of now we are not going to discuss other things. Let's go focus on the bootstrap. As you know, we have recently installed the bootstrap. Okay, the same way, if you go to the node modules files, node modules folder, you can find that is a folder called bootstrap here, right? If you open the bootstrap, you can find that this is our bootstrap folder. Okay, inside a bootstrap folder, this is contain a dist means distribution, means it's a compiled code. Dist folder. Inside the dist, you can see that we have a css and js. In the css, we have a list of bootstrap css is there. Okay, now why I'm talking all these things, because we are going to use the bootstrap css inside our application. Okay, now let's go and use this bootstrap inside our application. Now for that reason, we'll go and learn about new thing that is called the style.css. If you remember, initially I told that we have two styles. One is global style, one is a local style. Guys, first understand what is a global style, what is a local style. Global style means if I going to add anything here, this style is going to apply for all the controls, all the pages. Means, suppose if you're going to say that for the, sorry, if you're going to say that for the body, my font size will be the 20 pixel. Let me save it. Let me run the application, guys. Npm start. What I'm saying here, I'm saying I'm adding a CSS here. If the body, I'm going to set the font size 20 pixel. What is the meaning of this syntax is, if throughout the application is going to apply this font size 20 pixel. Okay, I'll show you now. If I go and open our application, if I refresh the page, you can see that our application font size got increased, right? You can see that font size got increased. Means whatever CSS you are going to apply here, this CSS is applicable for all of the component. Okay, means this is a global CSS for your application. Any global CSS going to add, you can going to add it here. But what is local CSS? You can see that for each and every component, there is a individual CSS file is there. Guys, this CSS file is specific to only this component. Is not specific to outside the component. Understand this part. Style.css is global for all the components. But suppose to do add component, right? So add component CSS is specific to only this component. Means, just imagine to do add components, it's a required here, right? If I will go and use this required in other components, suppose let me use here only class called to required. This should be red, right? But you can see that it should not be red. Why it's not red, guys? Because this required class, belongs to do add component. Means this is called a private CSS or the local CSS. If you can see that any CSS belongs to a component, that is belongs to is local component, local CSS. Any CSS belongs to this private, this one is going to belongs to this public one, or this is the global one. Same way, guys, you can see that in to do component I have added required, but required is not defined here, right? But suppose I want to make the class required, then I can copy this class. I'll go to style here and I'll add it here required. Suppose font size, suppose, sorry, not font size, color equal to red. If you're going to save it, you can see that now this is making a red. That I told, whatever you're going to add inside this style.css, it's applicable for all the control. If you're going to add anything to the specific component or specific control, that is belong to that control or that specific component only. Okay, now guys, bootstrap is the stuff that is going to be used in all the places, right? I mean, bootstrap is not for only one component, this is for whole page. Due to that, we are going to import this bootstrap in our style.css. Got it? We're going to import this bootstrap into style.css. Now, how we can go and import that bootstrap inside our application? Now, for that reason, we're going to use import. Okay, we're going to use import. In import, we are going to write, let me see that it's working or not. Okay, now see that. Guys, this is a syntax which is used to import the bootstrap. First, understand what I'm writing. At that import is the keyword is available in style sheet, which is used to import a file. I have to import a file. Guys, this symbol, right? This symbol, tilde symbol, is for this symbol is for node modules path. Means when I use this node, this path is going to the node module folder, node modules folder. Inside that I am going bootstrap folder. I'm going to bootstrap folder. Inside bootstrap I have a dist folder. I'm going to dist folder. Inside dist I have a css folder. I'm going to the css folder. Inside css I have a bootstrap min.css file. I'm going to use bootstrap min.css file. Means I'm importing that file inside our application using the style sheet. Now you can see that our entire application structure got changed, right? Now it looks like a little bit different. Now let's go quickly design this page, and it should be looks like a little bit more as per our designing. Let me make it a little bit change. Now what we are going to do, guys, let me go to first to do component, and what we are going to do, I'm going to add a div here. A div is a container. If you don't know all these things, guys, I know that if people don't know able to get bootstrap, just click to bootstrap, go to docs. Okay, click on docs, and you can go and read all these things, because this is self readable. You have to learn these things your own, because there is nothing to learn here. You have to just remember in which area what class need to be applied, because this is a css library. Css library, you have to remember everything on your own. Okay, now container, let me add another one called div class. I also don't remember all the class of this bootstrap. I also sometimes go and copy from this bootstrap I'm using here. Okay, and row, let me do one thing. I'll go here, and I want to do the grid system. You have to example the grid, how the grid is, it looks like. Let me go and copy these things, guys. Yeah, if I this one and div class call. The second, guys, I'm just adding the some class. I'll go to explain later. See this, guys, we have did a little bit more. I'm going to change all these things. Last a second. Now I'll go and focus on this add part. Let's go to add, guys. This is all are the class. I'm adding a card, I'm getting a card header, then I'm adding some text. All these things I'm doing here. This is the predefined class is available in the bootstrap. That is self, you have to learn this one. I'm just doing the designing. Okay, let me go to this add part. In add, I can use class called deflex. Just a second. For button, we can use the class called button sm button primary. Yeah, button. Then we have to use this control class called form control. Guys, you can see that every time I'm remember the class name, I'm just applying the class and which class name is required in which case. Okay, and you can see that this is displaying the as it is error. Okay, now I think pretty much we are added the css. My intention was to show you how to use the bootstrap and how to use the class inside the application. Now, guys, now let's go and change the label here. Okay, suppose let me do one thing. Let me go and, okay, I don't know about, okay, let me go and implement the language file here, guys. The language file going to means it's a multilingual. First we'll go and enable the multilingual inside our application. To enable the multilingual, we have to install some dependency package. The dependency package is translator package. Okay, we have to use a translator package. Let's go and install first translator package. Okay, now what is the translator package? We have to use ngx translator. This is the package we are going to use for the application, and this is the self one, guys. This is nothing to do. This is the self one. This is we are going to use to start the translator, because this is already they have written what need to be do in which case. Okay, let me go and install this package. Okay, I'm going to install this package. Copy this one and I'll paste it and click on this one. It's going to install the translator package for our application. Translator package means to do the translation of the application, we're going to use the ngx translate package. Remember this one. Okay, translate package. Now we have to follow what they are telling us to what we need to do. Okay, now before that we have to create a language file. First understand how to create a language file. Okay, now actually this code is given everything. Everything means how to load the file, how to use the file, lot of thing going to say anything. Just do one thing. I'll go to here and inside the assets, where the assets folder, let me create a folder called i18n. I18n means, guys, nothing else, it's a international multi-language format, i18n. You can give any folder name, it's up to you, but let me give i18n. Then let me create two files. One file is en.json, means en means it's a English file. Okay, let me create an English file JSON, and same way I going to create another file couple, suppose called uh, suppose hindi.json, and I'll create Tamil or Telugu. Okay, Telugu.json. Let me create. Okay, we'll create our own language. I'll show only one thing, then you people are going to add your own language. Okay, suppose Hindi, Telugu and Tamil. Okay, okay, why JSON file I will going to explain later, but understand this part. Then understand what actually we are going to do it here. English or Telugu or Tamil or anything, what we are going to do it here. Now guys, we have to first create all the kind of structure here. Structure here means you know that how JSON looks like, right? Suppose this is my header, right? I can see that this is the add section. What I'll do, I'll create a section called suppose to do. Example to do. Or I can say that it's a add section. You can give anything up to your uses. You can give anything. Let me give to do. Inside the to do, I have a label called add. Okay, add. In this add, my label is called add. The same way, what I'll do, I'll go to Hindi and copy this paste. Only this add. Suppose let me go to suppose English to Hindi. That's an example. Huh? I'll put add here. Add Jode, right? And let me add here Jode. Get it? The same way I'll copy it. I'll go to Tamil one and I'll change the language because guys I don't know Tamil. I'll create a Tamil one and it's saying something. Okay, Kuttu. I'll put it here. I'll show you the example. Same way Telugu. I'll put the Telugu. Okay, Jodinchu. This one and create this file. Copy this file and put it here. Okay, it's called Jodinchu. Okay, same way you can add other things. Means I can only add this add part. You can based on your requirement. Suppose just example requirement means you can put for edit, you can put for delete, you can put for this everything. You can make it language. It's up to you. But I'm only focusing this part. This one means only this part. I'm not focusing other part. You can see that I have created all the files. It's called English by default is English one, EN1, Hindi, and Tamil, and Telugu. I've added all these things, right? Now, how we can go and display this data inside the application, right? How can go and display this data inside the application? That is our primary stuff. Now, for this one, what we'll do, first we have to load this language. Can you understand? First we have to load this language. If you don't load this language, then how we can use that one? To loading the language means we are going to load this file. For that reason, they are saying we have to use the HTTP translator. We have to install this package. What it's going to do, I'll explain. It's going to load this translator. Then what I'll do, guys, now I'll go and install this package. Guys, these are the instructions they are giving in their packages. We have to follow this one. There is nothing to do. There is nothing to work with anything. That's that we are going to follow. Okay. Now I hope it's installed. Right? Like it's got installed. Now we have to use that file inside application. Now let's goes to our app.module file. App.module means our app.module.ts. Okay. Now here we have to do some configuration. For configuration, first we have to load the file. What file, guys? We have to load all the files inside this i18. What are the files i18n? We have to first load into memory, then only we're going to change it. Now they are writing the code how we are going to load it. Let me copy this code. Nothing else. I have to copy this code and put it here. Okay. Now I have to install HTTP client. For that reason, I have to install HTTP client. It's saying I have to load the file from assets slash i18n. You can give any file name, guys. You can give any folder name. I'm just giving i18n. Okay. Now they're saying after that we have to use translator module here. Okay. I have to use the translator loader. Guys, this is all a self-explanatory. I'm just also using this way. I'm going to use translator core, then translator loader. Okay, these things. Now, default language. For default language, to use default language, suppose I'm going to use EN. Forget about this N. We are going to see all these things later. We're going to use default language EN. Now, if you go and run this application, let's see what happening. We are set. Now we are set. Okay, but the things will be, we have to display the text here, right? The text here means how we're going to display text here. Now let's go down, down, down. Here you can see that the things they are saying that we have to use these things. What are the things they are saying? They are saying hello translate param. Forward param. They're saying hello. They're saying hello. They're using some different structure. Okay, you can see that what they are using, languages, uppercase, lowercase, all these things they're saying, right? Means they have some structure they are following. But what we are going to use, we are going to use this translate pipe. We are going to use this translate pipe. Now let's go and understand how to use this translate pipe. Now let's focus on our one thing that is called this add one, because we are going to focus only add one, right? This add one. In add we have this button, right? So this text we want to change to our translator module. Now here what we're going to add, guys, I'm going to add some different structure. You have to see that here if you open this our JSON file of this language file, let me open English one. You can see that to do dot add. Then I'll go to add to do dot add. Then I'll use the translator pipe. Okay, translator pipe. Let me save it. Let's see anything is displaying or not. You can see that it's displaying add. Now do one thing. Go to our app module file. Change the language to Hindi. I'll show to Tamil and Telugu also. Change to language to Hindi. You can see that it's displaying Jode. Same way, if I go and change to Tamil, you can see that it's going to display the Tamil here. If I go to change to Telugu, you can see that it's going to change the Telugu here. Means based on my default language, it's going to load the content here. But the only thing you have to change is, instead of writing the direct add update delete here, you have to use the exact format of what we are going to do. Just example, suppose I make it capital to do, and suppose I say that add label, suppose add label, then here I have to add the same thing, add to do dot add label. Go and save it. You can see that I can able to save the value, but you can see that nothing is, something error is happen. What error is happen? You can remember what error is happen, guys? You can see our default language is Telugu. In Telugu language, you can see that in Telugu we don't have to do an add label. Due to that, it's not working. Means whenever you are changing any label or anything inside application, if you are maintaining or 3 or 4 any n number of language, always remember you have to maintain the same label all the places. Means everything should be exactly same as it is, then only it's going to be work. Otherwise, if any key get mismatched, suppose here add label and it here only add, then it's not going to work in your program. Okay, got it? I can see that you're able to see in Telugu. Same way you can go and change any here, okay, anything. Suppose I let me change Hindi here, and it's going to display in Hindi as a jode, right? By default we're going to give, it's called en English, right guys? Now you will to see. Now got it, guys? How we can enable the multi-language? I will ask me a question. For each and every level, do I need to add the this translator? Yes, answer is yes. Every time if you go and change any level, anything, then you have to use the label. Means actually when you are making a developer, okay, when you go to develop the front end application, all the labels and everything is not hard coded. Everything is coming from the configuration file or this language file. Everything we are going to define here. Same as suppose I want to define here task name. Task name here. Suppose let me give as task name. Same way, guys, what I'll do, I'll copy this one and I'll go to the Telugu and I'll put it here task name, and the same way I'll go to the here and add the task name. Okay, I'll copy this one, put it here, because this is the work we must have to do. This is the work we have to do. There is no other choice we have. Same way, if I go to the this Tamil one, I'll go and enter this Tamil text. I'll go to enter Tamil text. I'll go to change the Tamil. Means every time whatever you are going to change it, you have to change everything from the each and every places, right? Same way Hindi कार्यक्रम का नाम, Hindi, it's a task name. Now you can go that. Okay, task name, it's कार्यक्रम का नाम. Now suppose you want to use this one. Now go to our this one. Which one? That to do here task, instead of the task name you can add it here like this way. Okay, how are you going to add it? Going to single quote, inside that to do dot task name, and you have to use the pipe called translate pipe. Same one, guys, copy this one and this one you have to add it here. Now when you go save it this one, and if you go and change the language to, suppose let me change language to Hindi, Tamil or Telugu. Okay, now you can see that if I going to change that, if any error, if I click on the add button, it's saying that कार्यक्रम का नाम is required, right? This is the way we can able to do the multilingual. But guys, understand, everything is actually need to be dynamic, but I am just adding this one as for a demonstration. I'm doing the same thing. If I go add the Tamil, you can note that if you click on add, it's going to display some Tamil word and it's required, right? Same way for Telugu. Okay, if I'm going to add something and click it, it's going to display the same thing, right? Now this is the way you can manage your each and every language for your application. Okay, someone asked me question, don't have any Google API translate different language automatically? No, understand this, guys. Understand Google API and a translator API. I know that you people are using, all are using Google Translator API from day one, right? You are adding a website, this is going to translate. Guys, Google Translator API is only translate your text. Okay, only going to translate your text, but it's not going to translate your dynamic text. Just an example. I'll tell you one thing. Suppose on click of this button, or okay, on delete, this is okay. On delete, you want to show any dynamic text. Suppose you want to show in Telugu. Can translator is going to do that? No. Program it, the dynamic content. The dynamic content means this kind of content we cannot change using Google Translator. Okay, now understand this part. Calling this dynamic content, whatever dynamic content you are generating, that dynamic content we cannot call using this Google Translator. Google Translator is only used for change the content who are visible in this site. Okay, in this case, just imagine you don't want to change this text to other. You want to make sure this text always be a English only. Then in this case, Google Translator also going to translate this text, because Google Translator is going to text anything. Okay, that's the reason, guys. It's always very recommended to use your own language. Own language means own language file. That is most of the. Just imagine you are because Google Translator means you are using third-party service. That is also depend upon your browser, right? If someone going to don't install Google Translator, then what will going to use? So always be recommended use your own language file, and this is the standard you have to follow, because in future, because Google Translator is not going to do exact as it is, because you know what exact you have to add it here. Okay, in this case, just you imagine you want to make sure this is required is always be English, and this is your dynamic. It may be Telugu, English, Hindi, or any language. Then how can do that? You cannot do that using the Google Translator. Google Translator is going to translate entire page, but as a developer, if you want to partial translate, fully translate, conditional update, or dynamic update the translation, then you have to use your own thing. This is the way you can go and use the translator, guys. For that, what you need to do, I'll send this link. I'm going to attach this link in our note, that you people able to future go and use this one. Okay.
Sir, one doubt,
Yeah.
sir.
Yes, yes.
Sir, is required is coming in English only, right, sir? So if we change the language, then everything should come in that language only,
No,
right?
let me do one thing. What is the meaning I am saying here? Like, in here you can see that I only apply the translate in this task name. I did not apply the translation for each required. Just example, let me go and add a, which language currently we have Telugu, right? Just Telugu. Let me in Telugu, what we'll do, we're going to add, suppose, task required. Now here, what we're going to do that, suppose we'll go into here, suppose let me go to Telugu, called task name is required. I don't know actually what they're saying, but copy it and paste it here. Now same way, let me copy this one and push it to Hindi and Tamil also. Okay, I'll do it, guys. I'll change to Hindi. Then कार्यक्रम का नाम, this one the saying, going to add it here. Same thing I'll do in Tamil. Okay, it's the text. What I'll do, I'll go to the Tamil one and I'll enter this text. And finally go to the English one. We're going to add this one called task name is required. Got it? You can see that everything is we have. Now this text we are going to add it here. Means full we are going to add it here. No need to add each. Means when I'll go and change the language to, just a second, go and change the language to here, suppose English, suppose not English, suppose Hindi, you can see that it's displaying Hindi, and if you click it, it's displaying Kareka ka naam. This one is displaying, right? If you're going to change it to Telugu, you can see that it's going to display this way. Guys, what is the meaning of this one? Means it's up to you what you are going to add translator, what you don't want to add the translator. It's totally up to you. It doesn't mean matter whatever you are doing. Okay, suppose in this case you can see that I am adding only the task name as Telugu and is not more than 5 characters is English. You can customize your entire translation based on your requirement. Okay, that is up to you. No link like, okay, I want to do this thing, no. I can able to translate a specific task. I can also able to translate in all the text. It's up to you. For that reason, whatever you want to make translate, make sure that same key, that same data should be exist inside your all the language file. Understand? That should be exist on all the language file. Then only you can use to do dot task name. Inside to do, we have a task name that you can use here. You can see that I'm using this. If I go and refresh this one, click on add, you can see that only display this is required, but previously we have only marked task name and then is required. That's the reason I'm saying everything you can make, it's up to you how you are going to apply the translation. Okay, got it? Now the second part is, guys, we have to understand between that you can know that one thing we have to learn here, that is called, I have import here HTTP client module and I'm doing some HTTP translator loader, all this thing doing, right? Now let's go and learn little bit more about the HTTP one, because as a developer, because I know that you people are all are backend developer, and for a backend developer you must have to know that how to consume that backend API inside this page. Example, suppose I want to access a backend API, any get or post or put any API I want to access inside the page. Guys, to enable the HTTP calls, HTTP calls means any asynchronous call inside the application in Angular, you must have to import HTTP client module inside your application. Inside your module means inside the app module, you have to import the HTTP client module inside your application. Then only you can able to do the HTTP work. Same as if you don't import reactive forms, then you are not able to do the reactive work. Guys, exactly same. If you want to do any kind of get post put operation inside your application, then you have to import HTTP client module. Okay, once you import HTTP client modules, let's see how you can use the HTTP client inside your application. Okay, now guys, we'll do something extra. What we'll do now, let's create one file inside this assets. Let's call suppose tasks. Example, task. For this task only, let me create assets. The file name is suppose to do dot json. Understand, guys? To do dot json means, just imagine I'm going to create all the to do here, and I'm going to access this to do inside our component, inside our control. Okay, that is our motto. But we have to imagine this files is our API file. This is our API. Let me do one thing. I have to return the data. For that I have to return. Let me go to this way, application. Okay. Let's imagine, guys. This is our JSON file, and just imagine this is the present inside this one. This is our URL. Just imagine this is our URL. Okay. Now assets. Then this is a suppose to do dot json. Okay, so it's to do dot json. Or otherwise, if I go, you can go any, suppose fake API. Okay, this is a fake API. If you want to generate a fake API, this is a fake API tool. We can use the fake API. Just example, this is a to do. Already there is a to do also. If I go and use this one, it's going to give us all the to dos. See that? Suppose you want to consume this API. It's up to you. What API? Just imagine this API is your backend API. Means this API is the API whatever you develop using .NET or Java, Spring Boot, anything. This is your API. Okay. Now this API, how we can go and use inside our application, right? Now guys, just imagine we have to consume this API, or you can create this files also. We're going to consume this API. Let me go and use this API as a API endpoint. Now how to call this data? Because we have a API, you have a path, we have a address. Same one, you have a address, we have a, you can see that lot of things there, right? Now let me consume this one. How to go and call this API? Guys, to call this API, we have to use the HTTP client, because HTTP client module is used to enable the HTTP call inside the application. But calling HTTP inside a project, we have to use the HTTP client. For that reason, what will go? We have to import this HTTP client inside our project, like private HTTP, suppose HTTP client. This is the this is the this is called the dependency injection. I have import this HTTP calls inside the application. Now what we are going to do, we are going to call this HTTP inside our, we are going to consume this API inside our project. Okay, now we are going to call it, because you are all people know that when we are going to call any API, the API contain the method, right? If any REST API, the REST API contain the method. Okay, what I'm saying here, if you are going to call any API, suppose you all are API developer, you know that when calling an API, we have to specify the type method, HTTP method. It may be get, it may be post, it may be put, delete, anything, whatever you know that options, whatever the methods you know, all that things we have to know, we have to import inside our application, right? Means HTTP method depends upon how we are going to call the data. Okay, same way. Now what I am going to do, I want to consume this API. And you know that if anything going to access via URL directly, its a method type is get. All of you know this is a get type, right? Now let's go consume this API in Postman. We'll first see that what record is coming, and then only we'll go and use this one. Okay, now let me open the Postman. This is our URL, guys. This is our URL endpoint. We'll open the Postman. Let's see how this is work. You can see that directly you can able to access the data, but we'll see that this data is able to access by Postman or not. I hope you all people know that Postman, how the Postman is used and how you are recording, because you all are developers. Now let me click on here. Okay, now we have to give the JSON, and we have to pass the method as post. Sorry, pass the method as get. When I click on first click on the send, now you can see that it's going to send and give the data. You can see that, you can see a result, guys. It's giving me all this data, right? Now this is my endpoint, my method is get, and after calling the get, I'm getting all this data, right? Now we have to do how we can go and get the same type of operation using our application. Means using the our .NET, sorry, using this Angular. How we can consume that API? Which API? This get API inside our application. Now, guys, suppose let me add a function called suppose load remote to do. Just example. No? Just load remote to do means it's going to load from the remote. To load the remote, I'll this dot HTTP. You know, HTTP is an instance of HTTP client dot get. Guys, what is get? Because my this function is a get one. because I'm calling get. If I go and put as post, it may be throwing an error. It's throwing an error, right? You cannot do a post here because it's a get only. Now it's a get. Now for that reason, I have to put the get here. Now first parameter is what is the path. What is the path of this where we want to get the data? Then I am using the data is this one, right? This is the path, right? After the data is how you know the data is received, then we have to subscribe. I will explain the subscribe later. Subscribe. Then whatever data will come, that will go and put it console.log result. Now call this function inside the this dot load remote to do. Okay. Now guys, let's go and understand what is happening. You can see here, I can able to see the logs here. I can able to see the three data, right, created on all these things. Now let's understand this part first. You know that HTTP is used to give the HTTP calls. Now I'm going to do the HTTP one, that is called the get one. And so the get, we are going to call the data. Suppose you want to do the post, same one guys, this dot http dot post, sorry, dot http. HTTP is the instance of HTTP client. You can give any name. HTTP dot post. Inside post, you have to pass the parameter and you have to pass the body. You know that post contain the payload, the body you have to pass. Okay. Same way, if you want to do the suppose you want to do the that is called put and delete. You can also do the HTTP dot delete or HTTP dot put. It's up to you what you are using. But if you are using any HTTP methods, you have to make sure that you have to pass the endpoint or the API URL. Now in this case, I am passing our to do one. Okay, we're passing our to do one. Now this to do we are getting here, right? Now the thing of what is subscribe we are doing here. Okay, subscribe means understand, understand the things. When I'm calling this API, that time you know that it will take time to load. Yes, Suraj is saying that we can also use Thunder or VS Code. Yes. You can use the different extension of VS Code where you can also do the REST one. But I am using that this one, the Postman, because I hope you people mostly are using the Postman for your API testing. Due to that, I am using this one. Okay. Now, guys, understand this part one. Then only you able to understand the actual what is happening. Suppose you know that when you are calling any API, what you people are doing, you are taking a request and processing the request. Suppose is there a database call, then you are going to database, execute the query, get the result, then we're going to response back to the user. Can you understand? In this case, it may be took 1 second, fraction of seconds, or any milliseconds. We don't know, right? But just imagine one query will take suppose 2 seconds or 5 seconds. And you know that JavaScript is going to compile line by line. Every program is going to compile line by line. Means if I am this line of code, I'll go to next line, next line, next line code. Next line code. In this case, I am not going to wait until this service, this API is going to give me the response. Understand this part? The application is not going to wait until this API is going to give the response. It will go to execute, it will forget. It will go and do the next work. When my API is going to give me the response, then only again compiler comes to here. How this is happening? How all this is happening? That is happening the help of subscribe. What is guys subscribe? If you understand subscribe, you all know you are watching YouTube, right? In YouTube there is a subscribe button. If you subscribe any channel or you subscribe any of the YouTube channel, if that channel is going to upload any video or anything, that time you get notified, right? Forget about that bell icon. Just remember, if you are going to subscribe any channel, that time if that channel is going to upload any video or anything, that time you are going to notify, right? Guys, that same thing happening in this HTTP. Means you are subscribed to this endpoint, means I am calling to this endpoint. When this endpoint or when this API got successfully executed, then only I will get notified. That is the use of subscription. Means you have subscribed to this URL. When this URL getting the, guys, here no one going to upload the video. Here the video is the data, right? When I'm calling this API, when this API is going to be successfully execute and get the response, that time only subscribe is going to send the value. That's the reason I'm saying I'm subscribing to this get. Guys, subscribing get means what I'm subscribing. I'm subscribing this URL only. But the method of this URL is get. In this case, it will take some time to get the data. In between that, compiler is not going to wait. It's going to subscribe and it's maintaining different thread. When the data is successfully received by this get, that time it's going to give you the result. That is the use called the subscription model. If you remember if you remember the YouTube one, you can able to understand this part, right? Means in YouTube we are doing subscribe one channel, same thing, the channel is your API. Understand this part. Channel is your API or your endpoint. Now when channel uploading the data, that time you get notified. Same way, guys, when your API give the response to you, that time you get notified. That is the use of the subscription. I tell you one thing. Let me consume this API. Okay, larger API. I'll paste it here. You see this, guys, you can see that you got it. After some time it displays the result. Why? Because it will going to check up to when it's going to load, then only it's going to display the result. That's the reason, guys, we have to do the subscription model. Subscribe is used to subscribe the data when the data is available or data is response from the server. That is as same as a subscription model. Okay. Now, guys, this is all about our this Angular, all these things. But guys, I know that in 2 days to cover end to end of Angular in depth is not possible. All of you know that. But whatever task I have completed here, that is enough to start the Angular, because this is the preliminary how, because yesterday we have spent much more time on component, because that is the most part you have to understand. You can see that our entire application contain lot of thing like add, update, delete, all these things we are doing. But in real programming, you all this add, right, whatever add you are doing, all this add actually going to happen in your server. Means suppose you are developing .NET API or Java API or Node.js API, that all are things are happening in the background, means in your backend. But as of now, I have stored the data in local storage to show you all these things. Okay. Now the final part is the deployment. Okay, guys, after deployment, I'll, if you got time, we'll go to focus on the unit test case. Okay, now let's go for the deployment part. How to deploy the application? That is the most vital part, right?
Ranjan,
Be,
Ranjan,
yeah,
I
yeah,
skip one
yeah.
thing. I skip one thing. Can you go back on a console? This one. It's a Calibresis 200. I don't know how to come here. This thing.
Okay, okay. No, no, no. What I'm saying here, like previously we are calling this API, right? And this API getting this only three data. Now instead of
Yes.
calling this API, I'm calling this placeholder API, and this placeholder API contain 200 of data. And what I did,
Okay.
guys, yeah, I am calling instead of that one, I am calling this API. Now it's
Okay.
going to
That the
display.
result is here.
Yeah,
Okay.
that is here.
That
Due to that, it is displaying 200 record here. Okay,
okay. I
and
think that
here,
three result is there only, but I checked that it is 200 plus data. So that I am confused how the API is
yeah,
giving more than three
yeah.
data.
Yes. It's 200. This is the that this API I'm going to call. I'm going to send, guys. Do one thing. This is the free sites for JSON placeholder. If you don't have API, if you don't have anything, just go and play with this data. I'm going to send this one in. I'm going to add this one into our readme file. Then you people will be able to understand, get and play with this. Okay. Now guys, final part, push this code into git and do a production build. We'll see how it's going to work. Okay guys, Docker enable, it's one of the part I'll show you, but publishing site into Docker will require a at least a paid service. But I'll try to do using the uh, Heroku. But if not possible, I'll going to do using the that is called Angular Firebase. Okay, but anyhow, I'm going to host it site. Okay, let's see. Now let's go and do for the this is called what we're going to do. We are going to publish the code. Let me guys check it. That now let's go for GitHub part. Okay, now understand how this GitHub is work, and we'll push our code to GitHub. You know that GitHub is giving a free space to host our code. Means suppose you are developing any open source project, or you are doing some any research work, anything you are doing, you can able to track, or you can able to push your code into the GitHub, right? The same way guys, I have a GitHub account because this is my personal account. I create an organization called Sinu Technologies, and inside this I just want to create a repo. Okay, let me create a repo. First understand what is a repo. I know you people already know all these things, but let me, this is my responsibility, I will let you know what is a repo. Repo means it's a code folder. Same like inside our project we have a to do app, right? To do app, to do is a folder, to do app is a folder. This is the folder we are storing all our code. The same way in the repo means it's a repository where you're going to store your project. Okay, now let me create one repo. Let me create a repo. I have to create new repo. What I'll go and going to give the repo name. To give the repo name, always remember the repo name should be unique for the organization. Let me give the repo name is Angular uh, workshop July. Example, guys, this is the Angular workshop July. This is the our repo name. Means all our code is going to store here. Otherwise, you can give any name. It's up to you. I'm giving hyphen underscore. It's up to you, but don't give space. Okay, this is the thing. And description anything not. It's saying that it's public or private. Can you understand what is a public and private? Public means anyone in this internet they can able to see this code. Private means it's only for us who has I'll going to give the access, then they are going to access. As of now, I'm going to make it private because 22. Because why I'm going to make it private, because only our students is going to display the things. Otherwise, if you are making any project as a suppose open source, then make always as a public, but I will make as private. Guys, only GitHub is not a site. There is a GitLab, lot of Azure DevOps, lot of like Bitbucket, n number of sites are available who are giving the same kind of service. But GitHub we mostly use because this is a, because day one it's a free. Now if you go other parts, don't do anything, simply go and create repo. Okay, I'm going to create repo. No guys, you can create n number of private repo up to you. That's like Suraj is yeah, Suraj is asking that we have to pay any amount for the GitHub to pay something. No, now GitHub, after GitHub merge with this what called the Microsoft, now they have created all the things as free. Free means what are the free, I'll tell you. Only the code is free, but deployment, build, all are thing are the paid one. But you can create a private repo, it's not cost, it's totally free of cost. Now let's see what is saying, because we have just created a blank repo. Repo name is Angular Workshop July 2020. Now guys, this is my repo name. I need to push this code from my local to here, right? Now you can see here now one thing. It's saying that how we are doing. Are you going to create a new project, or you want to push your existing project into your application? Got it guys? What is saying? Are you going to create a new project, or you are going to push your existing code to our project? Because we already have developed our project, means we have existing project and we have to follow this command. Now first understand this first line what they're saying.
रंजन, इसका थोड़ा सा फॉन्ट साइज बढ़ा सकते हैं आप क्या?
Sure, sure, I'll do that. Yes, Subramanya, I'll do that. Hold, I don't have time to. Okay, no issue. The recording will be available long time. No issue that one. The Telegram channel also there. If anyone any issue anything, just you want to ask me. Okay. Okay. Let's first complete this one, and we'll go for spend half an hour for question and answer. Okay. Now, guys, you can now it's good, right? You can able to see my font, right? Now we'll see that this is a push an existing repository from the command line. Suppose guys, if you are going to start from scratch, then we'll go for this command. But always remember, no one going to follow this one, because first you're going to create the application, then only going to push the code, right? No one going to first create the application from here. Now all the time this push an existing repository, it's a requirement. First understand this part, this line, then you have understand. Git is the command. Guys, if you don't know git is how work, if you don't enable the git, first go and install the git in your local. How to install git? Then first git, then first go to git hyphen scm. Okay, first go and install the download and install this one. This is the primary you have to do, because before operating all the git, because if you're going to do node.js operation, you have to install node.js, right? Same to same, if you want to enable the git, then first do one thing, first go and install this git scm into your machine. It may be any machine, Windows or Mac or anything, whatever you have, you are going to install the git scm into your machine. You have to just click on download for window, and you go and process the basic step of the downloading. Okay, a basic step of installation. That is the basic one. First you have to install this one. Once you install this one, then this git command is available onto your machine, on your machine. Okay, now first understand this part. What is saying? They are saying git remote add. Guys, now our code is in local. Understand the link? Now the code's in a local, right? Now this code needs to be pushed from here to this git, right? Now for that reason, we have to link that this is our path. For that reason, saying that git remote add means I am putting git remote, means the remote address I need to add origin. This is my address, means this is my git address. Now let's go copy this one and open our command prompt. Let me stop it guys as of now and paste it. Now this git is now successfully done, right? Now second one, git branch aim main. I'll tell you what is the meaning of this one. Okay, I have changed by default the branch name was a master, but this main branch is supported by the github. Due to that I have changed the branch to main branch. Now what I'll do, I'll going to push the code, push code to main branch. Then what I'll do, I'll create here and push the code to main branch. Okay, now you can see that it's saying that fatal error, this is not found. Okay, why it's not found? Let me check. Okay, because it's not found, because I have to first log in. Okay, due to this is login, I have to log in. So git login. Let's see. Uh, Guys, I'm going to stop. I'm going to put some credential. Just wait for some time, okay? Because there is some credentials issue. I'll fix it the credential and go back to you and tell you what I'm doing. Okay, just a second. Let's see. Actually, that is my issue. Actually, in my system, I'm doing lot of different accounts. Due to that, it's happened. Okay. Now let me tell you what actually the problem was there. Why it's saying that Git is not found, right? Remote is saying that issue. I tell you. Just imagine they are saying that this is my Git address, right? If you remember my Git address, if you know that this is our Git address, right? HTTP github.com Sinutech. This is our Git address. Remember this part. This is our Git address. And if I go and open this Git address, now you can see that it's opening perfectly. There is no issue. But if I go for incognito window, means new window, and if I paste it here, you can see that it's showing that 404. Why it's saying? There is a reason, guys. Understand this part. This Sinutech is exist inside my account. Understand this part? Because I have this organization, I have created n number of organization here. Okay, I have created n number of organization here, and in this organization I have added organization that is called the Sinutech. Now this Sinutech is owned by me. It's not a GitHub account. Due to that, when I'm going to open the this URL in another tab, it's going to throw me an error. But same URL, if I going to open in my credentials, means when I log in, it's going to show the error. It is showing the data. The reason is because this one, guys, this one is belongs to my account. My account name is Partharanjan. This is my account. Okay, this is my account name, Partharanjan. In this Partharanjan user, then this is my GitHub option because this Sinutech it belongs to my account. Due to that, guys, this is happening that way. For the reason what I did, I let you know. If you open your application, guys, if you open your application, when you initialize the Git, there is a Git folder which is by default is hidden. Means if you go, you can see that it's a hidden one. I'll show you. These are the actually internal stuff, but let you know that by default is hidden. What you going to do if you open the show and go to hidden items, you can able to see the Git. In Git, you can find the files called config. If you open the config one, okay, let me open this config one inside the this notepad. You can see that my origin is this one, Partharanjan at the rate GitHub something, because this Sinutech one is belongs to this account. In going further, you will say that okay, this is problem. No, this is not problem because I am creating organization that completely belongs to me. This organization belongs to my account. Due to that, this is happening. Okay, that is the issue. Now you can see that I tried. Due to that, something has happened. Some code is got pushed here. Forget about that. Now guys, see one thing. We have, if you see VS Code, you can find that in VS Code we have 35 files displaying here, right? What is this 35 files? If you go here, if you click it here, you can find that it's saying that we have 35 files we have changed. 35 files we have changed in our code. In this case, what will go? We have to commit this code. Guys, have to understand what is a commit. Commit means whatever changes you will do into your page, that thing you are going to commit it. Suppose I want to commit that. Suppose completed the project. Okay, if you click on commit, you're going to ask, you can say yes. Once you see an yes, now it's commit. You can see that it's saying that sync changes means I have committed. Now I have to push this code to server, but when we see that in my server there is no commit as it is. But when I'll go and click on this one, sync changes, click on there. Okay, you can see that now whatever changes I did in local, that commit is going to push into the server. Let me check that one. We'll see it, wait for some time. Okay, now it's going to sync to the server. Now if you go and refresh here, you can able to see that it's saying that now it's got committed 41 seconds ago. Now you can see that all my code, you can see guys, readme file is there. See that all our readme files is there. Whatever readme file we're going to add, all our readme files there. Everything is there. src folder is there, assets is there, everything code is there. Now the question, okay, I have committed. Now I am going to change any file. Suppose what I'll do, I am going to create a Docker file. Just example, I'm going to create a Docker file. Now what I'm going to do, I'll create a click here and give that Docker. Okay, I'm going to give Docker. Sorry, not Docker. Yeah, I'm going to give Docker file. Extension, just a second, guys. I thought it's not an extension of Docker files. Yeah, just a second. Docker file. Sorry, this is the Docker file. Now in Docker file, I have to add the Docker configuration for the VS Code. For that reason, actually, I have copied the code. I have, because this is a long code. I have copied the code. Then I have to paste it here. Now this is the Docker file. I'll explain this Docker file later. But just imagine I have added Docker file. Now this file I have to delete it because already this file there. I don't want. I don't delete it. Now you can see that if you go to the two, if you go to two, you can see that it's saying that this is added. U means it's on track. Always remember on track means it's an added file. Now if you see the D means it's a deleted file. Means I have deleted the file, I have added this file. Now I want to push this file. Then guys understand, every time you push any code to the server, you have to add the comment. What comment? Let me know you. Let's suppose Docker file added. Click on commit. Yes. After commit, you click on this sync, or you can click it here. Up to you. You click on here also. You can click it. You can click in sync. I can see that it's going to push into the server. Just a second, guys. Now you can see that after, if you go refresh the page, you can see that it's going to say that I have committed. Yeah, sync. If you go refresh, you can able to see that I have committed something. The Docker file. If you're going to click on Docker file added, you can see that what are the changes I have did. That is already displaying here. Right? This is the way we can able to commit the code. Now the question is how you people able to access this one. Guys, to access this one, you must have to give me your GitHub ID. If anyone GitHub ID, please paste this GitHub ID in the chat. I am going to add the people inside this project. I'm going to give the permission to this project. Anyone the GitHub ID? Give me. Okay, someone send me the GitHub ID. Suraj given me the GitHub ID. Suraj, just a second. Okay, Suraj is added, and I'm going to add Suresh also. Nidhi also sent. Any other people who has GitHub ID? Please create this GitHub ID. Any other? Only three people. Any other have GitHub ID? If you don't have a GitHub ID, don't worry. You can send the GitHub ID in the Telegram channel. I definitely going to add it into our here. Okay. Now suppose now you want to clone this one. Okay, you want to clone this one. You can simply go git clone. You can simply go to here. Once you have access, you can go and add to, you go in code and clone it, or you can download this code. So up to you how we're going to do that. Okay. Now if anyone facing any problem to download the code or anything, please let me know. I'm going to help you. Okay. I think Nidhi, you will get this URL in your invitation mail. You are going to. Okay, guys, I'm sending the URL in GitHub. I think if you don't have access, you are getting 404. Okay. If you don't have access, you will get 404 definitely. If you have access, then only you're able to get it. Yes. Yeah, Nidhi, you have to accept the invitation. I'll see who are the people who have accepted the invitation. Let me see. Collaboration team. You can see all are pending invite. You have to approve that one to get the approval. Once I've sent you, I've sent this one, you have to approve, then only you'll be able to see the code, otherwise you'll get 404. Now yeah, Suresh is approved, and this Suraj and Nidhi need to be approved. Any other people will be there, please send me. Okay. Now guys, we have mostly complete this part. Now let's go for production one, how to do the production build, how to work on that. Now guys, it's simple one to give a production build. Simply go and write the code. It is called ng build hyphen prod. Ng build hyphen prod is a syntax which is used to give a production build for the application. Okay, now that's someone send a message. Perfect, Suraj. Then you can able to see now the repo. You want to download, you can do anything, you can do that one. Okay, please other people, please give your GitHub ID. If you don't create GitHub ID, please create one GitHub ID. It is very simple. If you don't know how to create, I'll show you. Just go to sign up. Okay, and enter your username. It's going to ask you enter your name and enter your mail ID. That's all. Account created. Okay, your email ID you have to enter. Once you enter your mail ID, just click on continue. It's going to ask your username, whatever username, and give it. Then click on, it's going to send one password confirmation. Then that's all. Then send me that username or mail ID to me. I'll going to add into the account. Okay, now simple one. Okay, it's Bharat. Okay, let the build is going on. We are going to add the people. Going to add the Bharat now. Bharat first one, right? Yes, right permission. All right, thank you. So guys, ng build prod is used to do the production build. Let me add it this in a comment. ng build prod ng build prod is used to do the production build. Guys, let's, when you're going to run it, let me understand between our Docker file. You guys know that what is Docker. I don't want to explain a definition about Docker, but for the time being, you let understand. Docker is used to like create a package and ship the package. No need to install any dependency in the server. And this Angular application is going to run top of the Nginx server. Due to that, what we're going to do, we are going to get the Node.js latest, and we are getting the working directory, the copy the directory, then do the npm install, then do the npm build, then get the nginx server, copy the file. This we need to change. The application name is to do app, right? To do app. You have to copy this to do app to nginx html folder. That's all. Then gone. This Docker file is very simple. Not simple means you have to enable Dockerization. We have to add this Docker file. That's all. Okay. Single also going to send me that one. Let me add this, add to you to the code repo. Okay. Now this is all our Docker one. You can see this one. This is not about, this is the standard code for the Docker. There is no nothing to do in here. It's all our Docker standard code. Now guys, let's see the part what we are going to left last time. You can see that we have did our production build. If you do the production build, you have to see that, then we have to use the, here the concept called, if you see that after production build, you can see that there is a folder is created. It is called dist folder. Okay, it's created dist folder. Okay, Docker you don't know. Okay, Nidhi, I'm going to explain Docker later. Okay, after some time. Okay, you can see that after you put this ng prod build, you can see that this prod one, okay, this prod one going to create a package for us. For the package means, you know that we are writing some code. If the same code we're going to ship it, anyone going to copy that code, right? The same way when you're writing code .NET or Java, we are getting compiled. We are creating jar file or creating a DLL file. Same as where you are going to create the application in Angular, we have to compile this application into such a way that no one is going to read the code. That's the reason we are going to do the production build. Production build is going to compile or the compress the application in such a way that no one going to do the reverse engineering. After do the build, you can see that we have a dist folder. Okay, inside dist folder we have a to do app. Okay, it is a to do app. Inside to do app, if you go and reveal in file explorer, you can see that inside to do app, dist folder to do app, you can able to see that we have a list of files available. Some files are available. If I go and click on index.html, it's not going to run anything. That is fine. But you can see that this is our compiled version of our code. It doesn't contain anything. It's only contain what? It's only contain our some compiled file. You able to don't know what the code written there. If I open this file, okay, if I open this file, then you can see that something is written. Okay, okay. If I go and open this file, you will see that this file is nothing is there. It's not opening, guys. Just a second. Open this file in Notepad. You can see that whatever they are written, we don't know what they do. They are totally change entire code structure. No one able to find out what the code is written. That is the use of the compilation. After compile, what we are going to do? We are going to push this code into server, and server is going to give the data. We're going to run the application. Okay, now before going to push the data, I let you know that Nidhi is asked like she don't know about Docker. Guys, let me tell you, Docker. Okay, I know that. Let me do one thing. Let me add some one. I'll spend some time. Just second, guys. Okay. Suraj is asking in this code, if you go to this code, you can find that here no node module file is created, right? Node modules. If you see our code also, in our code, you will find that we have node modules file. But in our code, there is no node module file. Let's guys understand why this node modules file is not there. If I'll go and check this node modules file size, just imagine how much size this is. Just imagine. Means it's going to increase. It may be 1 GB, means maybe 100 MB, 200 MB. I don't know about that one. Okay, let me increase. Guys, what this node modules file, what this node modules file contain? This is contain all the library, right? But this library is depend upon on your npm. When you are going to download the code, open the code and only enter one command that is called npm install. After you download the code into your machine, just type npm install. Now this npm install is going to install all the node package onto your local machine. Always remember, the library is not going to push into server. Library is always going to store into your local. But to install the local, what you are going to do, you have to type, you have to open your project folder. Okay, project folder, and after in this project folder, what will do, type npm install. And this command, okay, this command is install all the node modules inside the project. Because node modules is always a heavier one, you can see that it's 250 MB. No one going to store 250 MB library, because library is free one, right? You are not going to use any cost any library. Due to that, due to the library size is high, we have ignored this file. Now we'll ask question, how I ignore this file, node modules. Guys, let's go to, I told earlier, I go to the git ignore file when you go to learn GitHub. That git ignore file, it's a file which is used to, it's you have to write the code which things you don't want to push when you're going to commit the code in server. Means what are the files you should ignore, which files you don't want to push it. You can see here, I have written here node modules. Means you can write node modules here, the node modules file is not going to be pushed into server. Same way I will write in dist folder. Means whatever dist folder file going to created is not going to push. Means git ignore, I think from name already understand what is the user git ignore. I am ignoring the these files and folder which is going to be pushed to the server when you're going to commit the code. That's the reason I am removing the node modules. But without node modules, your application not going to work. Due to that, what you will do in your local, after you get the project folder, just install npm install. If you're downloading the code, if you're not downloading code and you're getting from scratch, then that is okay. But if you're downloading the code and you are going to use it, just install npm install. Right? Now let's go to Docker first a little bit, then we'll go host the application and go for question and answer. Right? Now, guys, let me understand Docker. Why this Docker is required? I'll let you know. I'll let you know what Docker required. Just imagine you are developing the Java application and someone of you developing .NET application, and suppose I am developing the Angular application. To run the Java application, what you require, suppose you want to host the application. Hosting, you know, right? The deployment of application. No, you have to require a server where you have to go and deploy the application. Guys, when suppose you want to deploy Java or .NET application, you require Java runtime, or .NET you require .NET framework, or you suppose you use .NET Core, you require .NET Core 1. Right? Means suppose you are a Windows server or you have a Linux server and you want to run the application. What you are going to do? You are going to install the .NET Mono. For the .NET for C Sharp, you are going to install .NET Mono. For Java, you are going to install Java JDK into your machine. Then only you are able to run your application. Guys, understand the problem. Now you know that for different server, different configuration. Just imagine I'm giving Windows server example. You know Windows server, you want to install .NET Core, then you have to install any C++ library. Lot of things you have to do. You people already know that what are the different challenges happening when you're going to install the software in different machine. To overcome that issue, then what developer think? Let's create one packaging module. For the packaging module, if you know the VM machine, virtual machine, you know that VM is also running top of your OS. Now, what happening? VM also a machine is also going to create a platform. Lot of things required. It also requires software to install. Then only able to run the application. Now, Docker is a one of the technique. Okay, you can see that what it's doing. It's going shipping the application. Means to run the application, you no need to install any third-party application, third-party library into your machine. Which machine? Where you are going to install the application. Example, suppose I have a Java application and that Java application I want to host into a server. Now what I'm going to do? I have to go and install the Java inside this machine. Now, instead of doing that, what I'll create, I will create a component. Okay, I'll draw something. Understand the basic way. The basic one is I have a machine. Okay, and you want to this machine is suppose Windows. Sorry, this is a Windows machine, and here you want to install a Java application. Then you have to first install the JDK, Java Development Kit, right? And then you are going to able to install the Java application. Same way, guys, in this project, suppose you are going to install .NET, then you go install .NET framework. Then only you can able to push the .NET application, right? Now, the problem is in this server, you are installing all this third-party software to run your application. Now, same way, suppose you want to run the Postgres. Suppose you want to run a Postgres database. Then again, you have to install the Postgres here. Then you'll be able to add it. Suppose you want to add a RabbitMQ or you want to add a Kafka. You want to add any, suppose any kind of Redis. Then what will do? You have to install all the software in your server, right? Suppose one server, you have one server. In this server, you want to install multiple application, multiple type of application. One is with Java, one is C Sharp, one is Java, one .NET, one is suppose Postgres, one is suppose your RabbitMQ, another is Apache Kafka, another is Redis Cache. Lot of things will install. Just imagine what about the system. Then some of these going to be compatible, some is not going to be compatible. You need to update the Windows, you have to update something. Then a lot of things you have to do, right? Now what happening? You don't require this one. You don't require this one. What are you going to do? Let's create a machine. You have a same machine. Let's take a Windows or Linux. Okay. Now what I'll do, I'll create a small part here. Now all the parts are isolated with the OS, because everything is installed top of the OS. But here I'm making everything outside the OS, and inside this 1111 bucket, because this is my .NET application, I'll install .NET Core. This way Postgres, I'll install Postgres. This is my Java, I'll install JDK. This is my Redis, I'll install Redis. Now what happened, guys, in this case? One thing. Okay, what happened, guys, in this case? In this case, what will happen? The problem is, in this case, if this is the .NET, I don't need to install .NET in this machine. If suppose Java, I don't need to install the Java in this machine. If I require Postgres, I don't require install the Postgres in the machine. This is my whole package. This is my whole package, and this package totally isolated from each and everyone. There's no link with Java to .NET, .NET to Postgres, Postgres to Redis. Everything is isolated. This isolated stuff is called the now it's calling a Docker. Docker means it's a shipping management. You have to create a package and deploy that package into a machine. That machine is not required anything to deploy. Means I require .NET here, I don't need to .NET to install. I require Java here, no need to Java. Java, .NET, everything is packaged in between that. That's the reason, guys, we are going to create the Docker files, and that Docker files is going to install the Nginx. If you don't know Nginx, I tell you that Nginx is the same as server as IIS or Apache. Nginx is a server. I am going to create a Nginx server inside the Docker, and in between that, inside that, I am going to run the application. Okay, this is the way, that is the use of Docker. Now what the use of Docker? Then what is the benefit of Docker? The benefit of Docker, that I can easily allocate memory to the particular Docker node. Actually this is a totally different stuff, DevOps stuff, but I let you know that when you're creating a Docker, suppose I want to say that my this Docker size will be 2 GB. Now later, so I want to change to 8 GB. This Docker I don't want to change, then I can allocate each and every Docker different memory. That is called the different structure will be there. Kubernetes will be there, Docker node also there. The lot of DevOps stuff is there. That is the part of this Docker. But as of now, as a developer, how we can enable the Dockerization for a project? Clear? Got it? Now, guys, last part of our this workshop is the deployment. Now, guys, I need to deploy this project into a somewhere that you people are able to access this site. Now, guys, for that we are going to use this Firebase. I know that if people have heard this Firebase or don't heard, I'm going to explain all these things. But before that, please do me a favor. I just want to need your honest feedback for this training. Whatever you feel, in which area I need to improve, which area I need to is okay. All these things. Please go and write the feedback for that. Okay. Please, if anyone don't write, please spend some time write the review. Meanwhile, I'm going to actually Suraj is saying that we need to implement it Docker into the Heroku. Okay, Heroku or GitHub page. Let me tell you, guys, if you people don't know about what is Heroku and GitHub, I'll let you tell you. Let me give you the introduction about Heroku and GitHub. Guys, first we'll understand about the GitHub page. Okay, then only we'll go understand Heroku. Right, GitHub page is, suppose, just example, you are developing one tool, a library. Now the GitHub page is used to create a manual for that. Just example, Bootstrap and all this kind of all this kind of the pages that build on GitHub page. Suppose in future you're creating one library, and that library, suppose you want to make the documentation. In this case, you can use the GitHub page. And one bad thing about GitHub page is it's a totally static page. There is nothing you can do dynamic. It's totally normal HTML and CSS page. And this is also contains some normal HTML CSS syntax. That's all. But in GitHub pages also good for when you're going to write your when you're going to write any like the instruction how to use a library, that kind of page, then you can prefer the GitHub page. Now this is not useful for us because our code is how to compile, then compile this code and push the code. Now let's go understand about the Heroku. Right, what is Heroku? If you don't, if you know that, if you heard about DigitalOcean, if you learn about the Vercel, if you heard about Heroku, if you don't know Heroku, that is fine. AWS and this GCP, Google Cloud Computing, and Azure DevOps, all are belongs to one family. They are going to give us the cloud computing, means they are giving us the instance. Using that instance we are going to do that. Okay. Now Heroku why popular? Because Heroku also giving some free space to for students as well as a developer who want to run their pilot project. Okay, I'll tell you what is pilot project. Suppose I want to develop a application and that application is just a POC and it's just a POC for showing someone why I'll go and consume the like I will go and consume this new I will purchase a new server, again the new server I want to pay something, right? Instead of doing that, what I can go that I can go to Heroku. Let me log out guys from here. I'll go to this, I log out from as of now. Okay, now I'll show one what is the Heroku is giving us by default. If you go to Heroku site, heroku.com, then you can see that there is a pricing is there. What is pricing? It's for all developers. If you want to do some POC, lot of things, you can do that. You can see that it's a 01. Free means there is a free they are giving. The free is for this one, for free and hobby projects. For creating an open source project or creating any kind of POC project, then this is the perfect one. You can select this one. This is the free one, and it's giving 512 MB RAM, and you can do whatever you can do inside this Heroku. And suppose you want to create a Heroku application, then go and click sign up. You know the sign up process. Basic go to sign up and fill the basic details, and it's going to then do it. Guys, I already have account in Heroku. Then I'll go to log into Heroku one. Okay. Suppose Heroku now you want to create a new application. We are going to deploy the application, whatever Angular application develop here, right? This application is going to deploy into Heroku. Now we'll create a new here. I have just created some dummy app, forgot about that one. Create a new app. Create new app. Create a new app. Now you have to give the app name. Suppose let me give a suppose Angular workshop. Not available. Suppose it's available. Angular workshop 2020. Or let me give a good name. Angular my Angular workshop. I'm giving this name, but this name should be unique. Okay. Now the choose region. Which region you want to store your data? Guys, it's not giving the Indian location because it's totally outer side. It is a out of India. Like they are focusing that part. This is a this you have to choose United States or you can Europe. Let me choose the United States. United States, then create app. Now, guys, it's going to create the app for us. Okay. Now there is a lot of things you can do using the Heroku. You can direct deploy, you can direct connect with your GitHub, you can do that. Otherwise you can direct using the Heroku command, you can do that. You can do a lot of things, but as of now we'll go and use the Heroku command. To use the Heroku command inside your application, means inside your local, you have to first download the Heroku CLI. Let me click it and click download Heroku CLI. The Heroku CLI is the command line interface which is used for the do any kind of command line interface by Heroku. Let me download for 64-bit installer because this is I'm not doing in this machine is the first time. Okay. Now back to there. Now I have Heroku, right? Now and let me install this one first. Guys, this is totally additional. That is no link with Angular, but I'm showing you how to install, how to use the Heroku inside your application. That's all. Okay.
Sir, one quick question. It is a
Yes, yes.
server.
Yeah, it's a
Heroku is a
hosting
server.
server.
Okay. From this, we are have a send function also, send mail function, and the port number they are providing.
Where?
From Heroku, they are providing the first mail send function and port number of when we host the Angular's website here.
Yeah, I'll show you here. Let me first install the Heroku. Before let us install, we'll go and discuss about all these tabs. Okay. Now, actually, I mostly work on the AWS and Azure. We are less use this one, but I let you know because I deploy a lot of application in this Heroku. We'll explain this one. Let's go to setting. If you go to setting, you can find that this is our this is our URL for the application. Okay, I'm just searching this one. This is our URL for the application. My Angular workshop.heroku.app. If you click it this one, you can see that it's saying the welcome to new app. There's nothing is there. Okay, there is nothing is there inside this one. Now what we are going to do, we are going to install our application inside this Heroku. Okay, now we'll see how it's going to work. Okay, now guys, close it. Now Heroku is installed in local. What they are saying, if you go to overview deploy, is going to say that Heroku, then we have a Heroku login. Once you do the Heroku login, then we can do lot of things. Okay, forget about that. But we have to see that how to deploy the this Angular application into Heroku. That is the main part, right? Now, guys, I personally never did the Heroku application. I never did the deployment of the Angular application in Heroku because it's never required for me. I mostly use the Firebase, or we are doing in the Docker instance of the AWS or Azure pipelines. Okay, I'll see the any help document for that to install the Angular into the Heroku. Okay, let me see that.
Yeah. So I cloned the application, the Angular, but
Uh-huh.
when I add the task, it's not adding. Can you please run the running application whether it is working?
Sorry, what happening?
Yeah, I cloned the source code and set up the
Mhm.
application, the visual code.
Mhm.
When I add the application, it's not running. I mean, it's not adding the task.
Okay. After this deployment, I'll see each and every one. Okay, just give me some time. Yeah. Let me guys will see like Angular application, Docker, Angular application, Heroku. That's the reason I choose actually this one, this Firebase. Let me go and see how to deploy the application into Heroku. They're saying something here, and we created. That is fine. Fine. Okay, they're saying that we have to create a server.js file. Let's go to here and create a file called server.js. Okay, which is the express file actually, because we have to run the express server. Express file.
Let me copy this code, okay?
Then they're saying
Just a second, guys. Let me change this one.
okay. Let's see. we have changed this file. Let me see that how it's going to work. We'll do that. In engine, they are saying that we have to do Heroku login first. Go to the command prompt and do the Heroku login.
He's saying.
Okay. Now do the Heroku login. We'll follow the instruction what they're saying. We are doing the Heroku login. We'll go into this path, do the Heroku login, and let's see. It's going to authorize my application. Now it's there, right? Now what they are saying now? They are saying Heroku git remote. There are comments we have to. Let's see what happening. Okay. Okay. Okay, guys. Now let me go setting. This is our app. Let's see what the issue here. Because this is first time for me. Let me do things. Okay.
रंजन इधर एरर दिखा रहा है एनपीएन कैशे में।
कहाँ पे? Where?
ऊपर थोड़ा सा, चलो एक मिनट चलो, उधर ही जहाँ पे आप इंस्टॉलेशन चलाए हो, ये देखो npm config log level error।
That's what. What happening? I have to see. I have to check this one first. Okay. Now I can see. Oh, Telugu is coming. Okay, let me add. Hello. Okay, that is the error. That is fine. Okay, guys, let me tell you what is done, what happened. I'll tell you all these things because this is for me new. Okay, that's fine. Okay, guys, understand. When you are running the Angular application, right? When you're running the Angular application, you know that this application is running where? This application running on the Node.js server. Second, this is going to run the Node.js server. Guys, when you run this, when you're going to file npm start, right? Npm start, what happening? We have to first understand this thing. You know that npm start means we are running the node command, right? In node command, what happening is creating a node server, and top of that server, it's running the application, right? It's running our Node.js application. The same way, when we are going to run this application on Heroku, then what will going to happen? We have to create our own server. Then only in top of that we are going to run our Angular application. Due to that, what they are saying, because our application running our local, but in the Heroku, what we are going to do, we have to first create a server.js. First understand what is a server.js. Guys, this is the Node.js code. In server.js, they are going to create a virtual server for us. And in this virtual server, what they are going to do, they are going to create a dist folder. Inside dist folder, they are going to serve the files to us. Got it? Means what I'm saying here, first we have to create a Node.js application. In this Node.js application, we are going to run, inside that we are going to run the Angular application. Same thing is happening when you're going to type npm start, because npm start is going to create a Node.js application or a Node.js server. In top of that, we are going to run our application. Okay, that's the reason they are saying that we have to create that way. Now you can see that we are, something is not working. Not working means we have did some code changes. Now you can see that we can able to see the code here. Where is gone? See that? Now it's going to display the data, right? This is the way you can able to install the Heroku into your machine. But for Heroku, You have to know that you must have to first create a server. Inside the server you have to then do the build. Inside the build it's going to create the application. Okay, now I have changed lot of thing here in the our package.json. Let me revert this one. This will be the ng surf, and I'll go and add this one into our readme file here. Okay, now let me, okay guys, you able to see my screen now, all of you? Okay, now
Yes.
the last part we have left, that is for unit test case. Now let's go and focus on that because we have a little bit time. We're going to discuss on that. Guys, understand what is a unit test case. I know that if a people from different programming background, that you know that you are writing test case. Someone writing a unit testing, someone writing in different type of testing, right? Now we have to do that. How to do the unit test case in our application? First, understand a unit test case. And for unit test case, what is the availability? What how we are going to run the unit test case for our Angular application, guys? As I told earlier, if I go to this, our when I discuss this thing, I explained about this karma, right? Guys, karma is a test case runner. Okay, is a test case runner means based on this test case we are going to run the application. But the framework is Jasmine. Understand what is karma Jasmine, guys? Same way I can tell that np node is a framework. In top of that we are running Angular application, guys. Same as karma is a test case framework, means test case runner, means platform. Top of that we are going to write the Jasmine framework code. Mean Jasmine is the language. Using that we are using that we are going to write the Angular application run test case. That you will ask me question, do I need to learn the any extra on this Jasmine and Karma? Any other language? No. These all are the JavaScript language, same language. But there is some predefined code is there, which you must have to know how to run the application. Before going into that one, let's run the Angular. Let's going to run and the Angular application. For that, let me start ng test. Ng test is the test case code which is used to run the test case. Let's see. Okay, now see this one. Now it's going to run the test case for us. You can see a lot of test case is getting failed. It is doesn't matter, but this is the test case. How this should looks like. Now let's go and understand what they are saying. What they have error. After you run ng test, you can see that is saying that we have 4 failed, 4 success. Means in between that we have 4 test cases success, 4 is failed. Who are the failed? Then we'll go and display the cross mark here. Okay, we'll go to cross mark here. Okay, the cross mark here. Now in this case we'll see what the error is saying, that should be create cannot read property of undefined read item, whatever they are saying. If you mouse over, it's going to see that what is the component it's saying the error. Okay, now before going that, let's understand how the test case would be looks like. Okay, now let's go to our src folder. Src folder will go to our app folder. We'll go to the app component.ts. This is our component, guys. For this component they have a test case. You know that for test case we have a file called spec file dot spec dot ts, same ts file, but before that they're applying the spec. Let's click on spec. Now understand what they are writing here. This is very complicated one, we are not going to understand this one. Let's go to the small one first to understand this part. Now let's go to this part, this one. Guys, understand this part. This is a to do component, right? In this to do component they are saying that what is the they're saying, guys, describe. First understand what is describe. Describe means you are writing one test case. Understand? Describe means you are writing one test case. What describe? We are writing to do component test case. In this the test case, create a group of specs. Means you are writing a test case for a specific component. Now it it means it's going to define 1111 test case. Okay, it's going to define the 1111 test case. This is a test case group. Describe means you are describing one test case group. Inside the test case group, you are going to define 1111 test case. Okay, and in this test case, you know that how the test case is written. It should be truthy, it should be falsy, it should be all assets equal to true, false, all this are getting written. Forget about this one. Let's go and focus upon before each. What they are written here, guys. They're saying let's component equal to do component. They are getting the to do component instance. This is a to do component. This is the to do component instance. Then they're saying that, let me go to their space case. They're saying that component fixture. First understand what is the use of fixture. The fixture a is a class which is going to use for the test case debugging. Okay, it's a fixture. Using this fixture, we can get all the information about the component is there, but we're saying that fixture is used to do the all the changes in the component. Just understand this part. We are going to understand the other thing later. We understand all these things now. Before each, they're saying run some shared setup before each spec of describe which is the called. Guys, this is called the init function. Means when we are going to call the component, suppose you want to initialize a variable, you want to initialize a class, you want to initialize something, then all these things you are going to do in before each. You can see that before each they are doing two parts, one is asynchronous, one is synchronous. Let's forget about this asynchronous because it's asynchronous. Let's focus on the synchronous one. Before each means suppose before running all these test case, if you want to do any kind of setup, any kind of initialization, any kind of that memory allocation, then you have to use the before each. Okay, got it? Now in before each I'm getting the test bed. I don't understand what is the test bed is saying. Test bed means mouse over. Test bed is a primary API for writing unit test for Angular application on the library. Means test bed is going to create, because I understand this is not going to create anything. This is going to create everything virtually. Due to that, it's saying that fixture is going to create a bed for you. Bed for means it's going to create a component for you. It's going to component bed. In top of this component bed, you are going to write a test case, right? Means fixture is used to get the component test case, and using test bed we're getting the instance of this one. Now we are getting the component instance, and fixture or detect changes means it's going to active the component. This is the primary. They are just initializing the instance of a component. Then we are going to use the it. Okay, it, you know that it's used for the writing the test case for the each and every test case. Now you have to write that, you have to give the test case name, you have to give the test case name, and second parameter is the, you have to specify that test case is it truthy or falsy. Okay, now let's understand what is truthy or falsy. Guys, you know that test case is just right. You have to confirm that whatever you are designing, that should be there or not. Just an example, I'm going to explain. When I'm going to run this application, by default this item should be initialized as a 0. Means by default the item should be contain the 0 item, means that is contain no item. If contain more than one item, then I say that it's a falsy. Means I am expecting that this item always be initialized with a blank item. Now how will check that? For that reason, I'll go to test case. I'll write it here. Suppose same thing. Write it here. Should be empty items. Example. Now component dot say the items dot length equal to equal 0. Understand? I'm saying that when I'm expecting the component item length is equal to 0. If I go and run this test case again, you'll see that it's going to say that false or true. You see that it's saying that it's which one is getting false. Let's see this one. To do edit, to add. Okay. They are saying something to do should create. It's not creating now. Due to this component is not truthy means it's getting failed. You can see that it's getting failed. Should create it's fails. Let me remove this one. Let me run this one. Let's see anything is happening. Okay, let's run this application. After that we'll close this session. Let's run this one. I tell you, this is the way we'll go and write a test case. Okay, this is happening error. Should be create. Okay guys, there are a lot of test case issue is happening there. If you're going to fix it, it will take much more time, but you just understand this is the way you will go and write a test case for each and every component. Means suppose you have another variable here, you want to check that edit item by default null, then you can add a test case called it should be is null, then check that it's equal to null. It's contain lot of comparison. It's a truthy, falsy, equal to, not equal to, lot of things is happening here. This is the way you can go and run your test case. Okay, because test case is a vast chapter, because you have to learn each and everything for test case, what is the use of this, this all these things you have to learn, but this is not getting time to learn all these things. But you have to know that this is the way we can go and write the test case the application, and to run the test case we have to execute the application. This is the case, who are the cross is failed, who are the green it's a success. Right? Any questions guys?
रंजन एक बार डिस्क्राइब वाला फिर से बताएंगे आप इसमें?
Huchan?
ये टेस्ट केसेस में आपने डिस्क्राइब बताया था.
Okay, let me describe. The describe is used to, let me repeat it again. Describe is used to describe a test case group. Means this test case is for to do component. Same way, if you go to any other component also, let me go to add component also. If you go to the specs file, it is going to do add component. Means I'm defining a test case for each and every component. Describe means that create a group of specs. Means it's a group of test case. This is the parent group. Inside this group, we are going to create the n number of subgroup. This is the one test case. This is the one test case. I'm going to add n number of test case. Okay. These are the things we have to add a different test case for that. And each and every test case, that is a concept called truthy, falsy, all this kind of stuff is there. We are going to use that one to run the unit test case for the application. Okay. And let's think what is saying. Okay, Suraj is saying, can you roughly tell sketch how to make e-commerce website using Angular and important things that are required in that? Okay, we'll discuss this part. Anyone any questions?
So when you see here, it's loading here. When I type something like that, and when I enter, task name already exists. Not coming here. Not displaying
Yeah,
anything.
that Yeah. Do one thing. Don't worry about this thing because we have messed up something. Because give me some time. Like I'm going to fix this issue and I'm going to
Then
commit the
okay.
code.
Okay.
I'm going to commit this code into the Git again. You will got and pull it right. Okay. I'm going to
Okay.
inform in the group that this is got fixed, and it will go and download the pull the latest code and run it. It's going to work.
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Thanks. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.